Morning, Barb.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. Yeah, that was you,
Good morning.
Dwight. Sorry. Just so we're clear.
Bright and Burley.
We treat everybody the same caliber. So Councillor Millen, the feeling is mutual.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. For the
those
clerk's
of you
sake.
that have just joined us, you will note that Rob has started the live stream for our viewing audience. So
Yeah. Councillor Burley was right on the precipice there. You saved him.
I think your warning was just a little late, Heather.
All good.
Councillor Tsai, good morning.
Morning, Gordon.
Morning. How come you have 14 in front of your name? Councillor Tsai.
Oh, shoot. That, I'll be right back.
I guess that was important.
That was to distinguish him from the other 13 of them.
Yes.
I was going to say that's maybe his number in prison. I'm not sure.
We are live.
Good morning, Dr. Ayres here.
Morning, Dr. Era.
Morning, Ian.
Good morning. Apologize, my camera might have bailed out on me today.
Good morning, Kim.
Unmute myself. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, we are at 9:30. I think we're still waiting for a few, correct?
Just Counselor O'Leary.
Okay,
Oh, right there he is.
perfect. Good morning, Councillor O'Leary.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, Rob, you can maybe give us the signal. It is 9:30, so we'll get started.
All right, I've started the recording, so you're good to go, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. I want to say good morning to everyone. It's March 25th, and this is a County Council meeting. I call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, Council. We have all members of Grey County Council in attendance today.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Bright smiling faces. Show those teeth. All right. Number 3 is the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, and culture of the Anishinaabe, the Six Nations of Grand River, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat, Wyandot peoples, on whose traditional territories we gather and whose ancestors signed treaties with our ancestors. We recognize also the Métis and Inuit, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples. We'll turn next to item number 4. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest from anyone or declaration of interest? I do not see any. I would ask if the one does arise during the course of the meeting that you would declare it at that time. Okay, we're on to item number 5. 5A is the County Council and Committee of the Whole minutes dated March 11th. It is moved by Deputy Warden McQueen and seconded by Councillor Keaveney. Is there any discussion on those minutes? I do not see any hands, and if that is the case, then I will.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Warden. I do see Counselor McQueen's hand.
Thank you, Deputy Warden McQueen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I just want to raise the point with regards to the Committee of the Whole with Anthony Fleming and the Property Assessment Corp. Could be verified, but I thought the budget yesterday has froze that market value assessment for another year. I don't know if Kevin's on the line, but I thought I heard that this morning that they froze it for another year. And I just wanted, if Kevin had verification of that.
That was my understanding, but I'll let Kevin weigh in.
That was my understanding as well. The municipal finance officers put out that it says further postponing the property tax reassessment and the government will be seeking input from municipalities, taxpayers, and interested stakeholders regarding the timing and the valuation for the next reassessment. So.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilor
No, that
McQueen?
was, I just wanted to raise that just to make sure everybody was aware of that. So.
Okay. Any other questions or issues to raise with the minutes? Seeing none, I will call the question. Is there anyone opposed? I will say that that's carried. No one showing opposition. Item 5B is the Long-Term Care Committee of Management minutes dated March 9th. It is moved by Deputy Warden McQueen and seconded by Councillor Klumpus. Any discussion or items to raise on those? And seeing none, then I will call the question. Anyone opposed to approval of those minutes? And I see none, so I'm going to say that that is carried. Thank you very much. Item 5C, Long-Term Care Committee of Management closed meeting minutes, which are dated March the 9th. Anyone need to raise anything there? We would have to go into closed session if you did. And seeing none, I will then call the question. Is there anyone opposed to approval of those minutes? That too is carried. No one showing their hand in opposition.
Mr. Warden, I will just note that the mover for that was Councillor Klumpus and the seconder was Councillor Woodbury.
Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry, did I miss one then? Did I miss item 5B?
No, you just missed stating who the mover and seconder were for the closed meeting minutes.
Yes, I'm sorry, my apologies. Yes, moved by Councillor Clumpus, seconded by Councillor Woodbury. You try to keep me organized and I do a very good job of messing it up every single time. So my apologies. Okay. We have no closed meeting matters. And we're now on to item 7A, the Board of Health minutes dated January 22nd. I know that Dr. Era is here, but it's moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Dr. Era, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, Council. The highlights from the last two meetings are on two fronts, the COVID-19 and the opioid. For the COVID at the time, and we remain in full control of the pandemic, the issues of concerns from those minutes were the non-essential travel between our health unit and neighboring health units that could have higher risk, and that was mitigated mainly through communication and utilizing the optimal response that the public and businesses have shown throughout the pandemic, upping the communication to encourage the businesses to potentially turn away customers if they see fit, and having all the freedom there. We did not really receive any complaints about situations that require enforcement. And we know that the numbers have been between the time of the minutes and this time, they were going down, then they were going up provincially. Nevertheless, in Grey Bruce, we remain in the green, and my projection of the coming 2 weeks would be to remain in the green based on the data we have. And so that is the concern that was at the time, non-essential travel between health units, and it has been mitigated nicely so far. Vaccine rollout, the process proceed according to the provincial plan. There was a time where our shipments were minimal. Now we see that there is increase in that shipment. It's really not enough to challenge our capacity in any way. Nevertheless, we're wrapping up phase 1 this week and next week, and we have proceeded with phase 2 with the 70 plus. There has been, at the time of the minutes, piloting the provincial system, and right now the booking system is in use. There have been issues or glitches in the system, and our provincial colleagues, I know, doing their best to ensure those are addressed. So that's on the opioid front. On the COVID front. On opioid, we continue to maintain the core program functions such as needle exchange program, naloxone distribution program, and the opioid working group. And of importance, and to highlight, in the last board meeting, there was a call for resolutions from the Association of Local Public Health Agencies annual general meeting, which is the most important meeting for public health in the province. And our board decision passed a motion to direct the staff to prepare our resolution for Alpha annual meeting to call on the need for public health to capitalize on the COVID-19 emergency response and mobilize the community after the emergency to address the opioid crisis. So those are the main highlights from the minutes of the past two meetings. Open to questions as always.
Thank you very much, Dr. Era. Councillor Patterson, is there anything that you wanted to add?
I do, Mr. Warden, but I see Councillor Millen has his hand up.
Yeah, I see his hand, but I'll let you go first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, County Council. With the minutes, I want to report that Ann Eady, Mayor of Kincardine, was elected Vice Chair. So we now have a full executive, myself as Chair, Ann Eady as Vice Chair, and Helen Claire Tingling, who is our provincial appointee. I also want to speak about the recently published Sunshine List, as it has raised some questions. It is important to note that this is a listing of public sector employees who earned $100,000 or higher, and that this list does not reflect any comparators. It is just a list. I can share that Dr. Era is paid a salary and paid for his overtime. And he has literally worked every day since the first COVID-19 cases in Grey and Bruce were identified in March 2020. His salary is set by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. And at this time, I think it's appropriate, as we are just a year and a bit into this pandemic, to recognize Dr. Era for his leadership, his guidance, and his excellent communication strategies that have steered us in the right direction to beat this pandemic. I also want to thank his team and his staff for their work, but we all know someone has to lead that team. And I do want to acknowledge that Grey Bruce has lost 2 individuals to COVID-19. I feel for these families and I think of them often with their loss, but it is a stark reminder of how serious this virus is. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I will turn next to Councillor Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I want to echo what Councillor Patterson has said, because I fully endorse and value Dr. Era's continuing work over the past year or so. My question actually was, I note this week, Grey Bruce received approximately 5,850 vaccines. And I'm just wondering, Dr. Era, what is our capacity to dispense vaccines? Like, how many could we handle if we came into an unlimited supply? How many could we vaccinate each week? Please.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, the 3 hubs have the capacity to vaccinate 10,000 per day. If we look at the week, we can utilize different channels of vaccine distribution. The hubs is one of them. The community clinics, we have mapped out the need in the community. Pharmacists are also a capacity. They're not available at this point. Nevertheless, as soon as the provincial direction allow them to go forward, we have at least 9 pharmacies in Grey Bruce. Each one of them can provide vaccine with the capacity of 400 per day. And we have, as you know, many mass immunization hubs across the province. For the capacity can be distributed depending on the human resources we have, and we have a list of volunteers and list of vaccinators. We can up our capacity effortlessly to 25,000 per week right now. We know we can up it more if the need be, based on the hub operation alone. Nevertheless, we don't anticipate these shipments to be here before mid-April or after.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to add that I appreciate Dr. Era and the Warden and our MPP, their advocacy to make sure that Grey Bruce is in fact getting our fair share of vaccines, because the demand in some of the hot spots in the province, I'm sure, is maybe trying to influence that they should get more. And I want to make sure, and I know we're getting our fair share, and I just want to acknowledge the good work of a number of people, and Sue as well as chair of the health unit, to make sure that Grey Bruce is getting, in fact, our fair share. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Mill. Next, we have Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I too want to thank Dr. Era for the excellent work he's doing. And I know he does put in a lot of overtime, and the results are here for all to see, that we've had very minimal casualties in Grey Bruce, and certainly where there have been outbreaks in our long-term care homes, they've been quickly contained and they haven't spread throughout the home with massive deaths. So I think, the hard work of Dr. Era, is partly responsible for that. And so I really appreciate his work. The thing with the vaccination is I keep hearing frustrations with the provincial system and the lack of coordination with the local clinics. I've heard, like, we've had clinics here in Thornbury, and I want to thank the health unit for organizing those with local doctors, but then other people haven't heard of them. But when they book through the provincial system, people have been sent to Penetanguishene. And just yesterday, I heard about 2 people from Wyerton who were booked in Collingwood. So they would have to drive by the Bayshore hub to get to Collingwood. So I'm just wondering, when people do register on the provincial system, I know that's how they're supposed to do that. How is it that they get directed to, their local clinics rather than being sent to Simcoe County?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there have been a number of glitches in this system, and that's not unexpected. It is not under our control as a health unit whatsoever. We upload our clinics, we identify the dates and the total number in the system, and we do that 5 days beforehand, so the previous week. And some of the issues that surfaced is certain towns in Grey Bruce are identified in the system as belonging to another health unit. There was as a case, at least one, of a clinic that is booked that shows to the public as full. However, nobody was registered in it. And you can appreciate, and I'm not an expert in IT, but in the background of the system, it could be a simple setting that can be changed, and that they have been changed. Other type of glitch is when people are calling to the helpline, they're being directed to a different health unit, and those are simple things to fix, and they have been fixed as we go. What else can surface in this system, we don't know. Nevertheless, I know our provincial colleagues have been actually working around the hour to make this as smooth as possible, and to ensure going forward we're not going to be running into these things. One of the other glitches, and it's worth mentioning here, that when people log in, they don't see any clinic for Grey Bruce until July or something to that effect. And I want to reassure the public, no, we have 10 clinics this week, and we will have more as we go every single week. So there is no need to panic and call different agencies, whether it's the health unit or the family health teams. And to that point, going into phase 2, we do have a plan to deploy our own booking system, and we still would be utilizing the provincial system for the age group, and that hybrid system or combination of systems, I believe, will serve our residents. I would urge everybody to be patient. The system is there. It's not perfect. Nevertheless, we depend on our provincial colleagues to provide that service.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I'm just wondering, we have 5,900 seniors over 80 in Grey Bruce. Do you have any idea of how many of those have been vaccinated right now?
So last week, we vaccinated all of them except 850. This week, these 850 are offered clinics. So if people wanted the vaccine, they will be able to get it by the end of this week from the age group 80 plus. If somebody was missed for whatever reason it is, we will have those clinics available as well going forward for them.
So how would these people register? They go to the province and tell them that
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have 2 clinics for the 80 plus this week. And the public can go on the provincial website or call the helpline, the provincial helpline, and they can register themselves into these clinics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soever. I do not see any other hands, Madam Clerk. Have I missed anyone?
No, sir.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Dr. Era?
Mr. Warden, if I may add one final point that just based on the last question. So everybody in phase 1 will be offered the vaccine this week. Some groups have not provided their lists for whatever reason it is, whether they don't want the vaccine or not at this point, or communication. Nevertheless, those groups will have the opportunity next week and the week after and as we go. And it's worth mentioning that the long-term care sector will be offered the second dose immediately within the 28 days for residents, for staff and caregivers. And if there's any heat going to be taken, I will be taking that heat to ensure that second dose is provided for that sector.
Sorry, we have a noisy fire engine in the background. Councillor Robinson, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning to you and members of County Council. I too want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Era and his team, and certainly the Public Unit Health Board. I think it's essential in terms of the work that you are doing. My question to Dr. Era is, individuals that originally have declined the vaccine, if there is a change of mind, what would the process be for an individual to then have a vaccine? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it is through the age group, so a person who is 80 plus who did not was not comfortable with taking the vaccine, and down the road they decided to change their mind, they can register in any clinic with 70 plus or 60 plus. So that is included there. With our partners, whether healthcare workers or firefighters, police, they qualified in phase 1 and they will remain qualified. They can connect with their organization, and their organization has that channel directly with the health unit to ensure these lists are updated. One example that repeats is long-term care sector has visitors or essential caregivers, and those essential caregivers will change. Somebody else might volunteer from the family or become the caregiver. So that door will always be open, and it will be through the organization that is running that part of the sector.
Thank you, and I'm most pleased to hear that. Appreciate it.
You are on mute, Mr. Warden.
Oh. Sorry, I turned it off at the fire engine. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. And next is Councillor Klumpus.
Thanks very much, Mr. Warden, and good morning, everyone. Thank you to you, Dr. Era, for your determined effort, not a day off since in over a year. I'm sure that you and your family must be exhausted over all of this effort, but it is so greatly appreciated and valued, and we really want to thank you for that. I just wanted to mention how pleased we were to have the mini clinic in Meaford last week. My husband has gone to the clinic in Thornbury this week as well. And the curious thing that I wondered about was I had booked through or have heard the booking through the provincial system will give you a date for your second dose 4 months from now. And yet the other clinics, the physicians involved will be calling their patients and determining when their second dose will be held. Can you clarify what is going to happen with that, with the second dose? Will it be 4 months from now, or is it again still up in the air?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your remarks. Thank you all for your remarks. I'm glad to be of service. The second dose is determined according to provincial direction to be after 4 months. So anybody who's vaccinated, whether through the clinics or the family physician, who's every registration for every dose in Grey Bruce will happen through public health through the same systems called COVAX, the electronic medical record. And this system will automatically book people 4 months after. So whether the vaccine is happening in the hub, in a mini clinic provided by a public health nurse or a local physician supported by public health, it is going to be 4 months from now. If there is more amounts of vaccine, we might see that 4 month window is shortened. Nevertheless, at this point, the direction is 4 months, and the only exemptions are for the long-term care residents from the province and First Nations adults. Nevertheless, I added that second exemption for caregivers and staff in long-term care in Grey Bruce. So the entire long-term care sector will be covered with the vaccine, and hopefully that's gonna not hopefully, for sure, that will mitigate that risk.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Councillor Klumpus? No. Next is Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'll echo the gratitude everyone has expressed to Dr. Era. It's been we've been one of the best performing health units in Ontario, and this is not me saying it or me giving platitudes. It's the numbers and statistics that suggest this. My question, Mr. Warden, is with regards to the vaccines themselves. There's been reports that AstraZeneca causes blood clot. There's been reports following that there's no increase in the instances of blood clots, and the number of blood clots that are happening are practically the average that would have happened with or without the vaccine. Nonetheless, that does create a sense of fear among people who maybe watch one of those news reports and not the other. My question is, are people allowed to opt out of having a particular brand of vaccine, or do they have to take the brand that is available when their appointment is made? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Era.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the AstraZeneca vaccine has not been available in Grey Bruce yet. It's only Moderna and Pfizer. There are certain reports from efficacy of the vaccine, and I should provide definitions. Efficacy is the term used for data coming from the clinical trial. Effectiveness is the definition of the data coming from the real life application. So the efficacy for AstraZeneca to start with was less than Pfizer and Moderna was around 75% efficacy. When the effectiveness data came out, it is equivalent to the other two vaccines, and the effectiveness data is superior to the efficacy just in sheer numbers of sample size. Recent reports mentioned that the AstraZeneca is causing certain complication blood clots. Nevertheless, NACI, National Advisory Committee for Immunization in Canada, did not change its recommendation. It's to start with, they recommended for a certain age group. Then after the effectiveness data, recommended for everybody. There are no recommendation from NACI at this point to consider AstraZeneca as increased risk for any complication different from the other two vaccines. It's important to outline that before answering the question. I do believe we need to provide that information. The decision of a person receiving a vaccine or not is their personal decision. So if they decide at the last minute that, I'm not going to receive this vaccine because of its brand they will be able to opt out, no question. Can we accommodate to provide people with the vaccine they wish? Not at this point. At this point, we are providing the vaccine to everybody. Our goal is to have no dose in the fridge for the shortest period of time, as fast as we can. Can they book based on vaccine? Again, Brand, it's not at this point. Now we open the clinics, and whatever vaccine is available will be available. And it is my recommendation that people receive any vaccine. It is the most effective one, the one that's provided to them at the time.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Councillor?
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. I do not see any other hands. And if that is the case, then I will thank Dr. Era for his time, good discussion, and I will call the question on approving or receiving, excuse me, the Board of Health minutes dated January 22nd. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Thank you very much, Dr. Era. Okay, we're on to item 8. And item 8, we have two sets of bylaws. They are being moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Patterson. Is there any discussion on either of those two bylaws before you? Seeing no questions, I will call the question then. Is there anyone opposed? And seeing none, I will say that that is carried. Okay, item number 9, good news and celebrations. Anyone have any good news and celebrations they want to share with us? I see Councillor Desai. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Well, yesterday was the 131st anniversary of Agnes MacPhail, a local Grey County hero, and as well a national hero. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to point out that she was a pioneer for not just for women's rights, but for human rights in general. And I recognize as well that we still have some ways to go in terms of gender parity in not just our political world, but in our world in general. But it's also important at the same time to acknowledge the victories that we have achieved as we aspire to higher peaks. And so I just wanted to bring that up as part of good news and celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Desai. Anyone else? Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I would just say, yeah, amen, Akash. Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. Is there anyone else with good news and celebration? I see no other hands. Maybe I can pipe in. I would just like to acknowledge that just yesterday, the Grey and Bruce Federations of Agriculture had their annual Politicians Day. It was well attended and very well done. With everyone's leave, I just want to give a quick summary, if I might. Topics discussed included seasonal and temporary foreign workers issue. We learned that about 22,000 people each year come to Ontario from foreign lands to help out in agriculture. And they go through, each farm that hosts these workers go through about 5 audits per year. The workers are quarantined upon arrival, and my understanding is that they have to have a test, a negative test before boarding the plane to come to Canada. They are tested again on arrival, and then 10 days later, and they are, of course, quarantined for the required period. Most are from, hearing from Mexico, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. And the farmers are actually organizing and renting planes to bring these workers in. They're very much needed. And they work on average for about 24 weeks, and they can stay in Canada for up to 8 months. We heard from the pork producers, and the pork producers, like all of the other producers, seem to be highlighting a theme, which is we need more broadband. And there was good news on the broadband front, by the way, yesterday in the provincial budget. I understand just over $2 billion will be allocated to expanding broadband in Ontario. And that would bring the total investment by the province to $4 billion. That's a B beside that in that word. But the pork producers also highlighted Bill 156 and talked about the fact that it's been very helpful in keeping farms safe and protecting food safety. And they highlighted that they contribute about $1 billion to the Ontario GDP each year. The dairy producers, that was Mark Hamill. He talked about the fact that in November 2020, they had established an animal advisory table. The butter issue came up, but whether butter is harder now, apparently it's being investigated. I remember from law school, the butter cases, very famous cases. They are looking for government incentives to expand dairy and meat processing, and they're calling for a grocery code of conduct to support the food supply chain. And lastly, they're calling for a better border enforcement to validate import products. From the sheep producers, again, they raised the issue of broadband and processing capacity. The beef farmers talked about processing issues. They're calling for an Ontario Meat Processing Growth Fund, and they're calling for an agri-food workers to be given a high priority in receiving vaccines. The Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority did a presentation, and essentially they told us that they are going through a strategic planning exercise and rebranding over the next 6 months. Alice is a group that supports wetlands and other wildlife and habitat in conjunction in working with farmers. They mentioned that they had about 89 projects on the go and about 720 acres involved in those projects. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture did a presentation on greenhouse gas pricing, and the overall message there is that they feel that the federal carbon tax regime is an ineffective instrument to drive down emissions. So I'm sorry I took so long, but it was a very, very good and informative meeting, and I just thought I would bring those highlights to council. Is there anything else under good news and celebrations? Councillor Desai.
Thank you. Did I just hear you right when you said Mark Hamill was present at
Yes.
Was the force with him?
He sure didn't look like that, Mark Hamill.
Okay, moving on. I gather there's nothing else under good news and celebrations.
I do see Councillor McQueen.
Oh, I did not see him. I apologize, Deputy Warden McQueen. Go right ahead.
That's no problem. And thanks for highlighting all those issues that were brought up yesterday. And yeah, Grey County and Grey Bruce agriculture is a very important part of the economy here in our area. And it was sort of like the one part was the Achilles heel. The protein producers like soybean and grains, that prices have driven up. But on the beef side, the cattle side, to buy that feed, it's putting pressure on them because the prices of, so it's sort of like a revolving circle as you go along, because the cost to grow beef is getting more expensive because that side has got more expensive. So it's that's sort of the tug and pull that, you know, the farming part has. But certainly the part of looking at ways of increasing protein producing, you know, with regards to beef and pork and even chicken is sort of something that is of need. And I know we've talked about that over the year, and it's one of those things that we got to strive to see if we can get some more capacity here in Grey Bruce, especially this area is very high in numbers of beef producing. So anyway, again, thank you, Mr. Warden, for highlighting those points.
Thank you very much as well. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. The next item is adjournment. It's been moved by Councillor Milne and seconded by Councillor Mackey. Anyone opposed? I see none, so that too is carried. We'll just take a very quick second and switch our gear over to Committee of the Whole. Let me get mine together here. Okay, I call the meeting to order. Is there any declaration of interest of any kind, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Item number, oh, well, I guess, Madam Clerk, I wonder, do we have our delegates here?
Yes, we do, Mr. Warden.
With the permission of council, would you suggest it might be that we produce, that we go ahead with them and change the schedule a bit?
With council's permission, we could hear Principals Integrity present their annual report prior to the business arising.
Right. Do I need to do any motion to change that or? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So with that said, we will then hear from our Integrity Commissioners, Jeff Abrams and Janice Atwood-Petkowski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you for accommodating us earlier in the meeting. We appreciate that. This is a brief story, but it's a good news story. This is the second time we presented a report to you. Not quite annual. It covers a 1.5-year period from September of 2019 up until the end of February of this year. There's been a moderate level of activity, and we like to say we like the activity because it's been focused on education, training, and advice giving, which is really where we think the real value of integrity commissioners is received. Just to remind you of, and those watching, our view of the role of integrity commissioners is focused on advice, education, and as a residual matter, we're also available as an independent party to receive complaints and to address those complaints, hopefully with an informal resolution, but if necessary, report to council and sometimes with recommendations for sanctions. It's unfortunate that many people view the role of the integrity commissioner as primarily the investigation side. We view it, the most important function to be that advice and education side. And so we view ourselves as a co-chair teacher rather than a cop or a sheriff. And frankly, that's exactly how the work we've done for Grey County has rolled out for the period covered under this report. I was remiss to introduce to you, Mr. Warden, Janice Atwood-Petkowski is also on screen and available to answer any questions if you have any later on. So if you look at the chart we prepared in the annual report document, you'll see that all of our activity, consulting, education, advisory, even the administration of complaints, is geared to increasing the trust, respect, and engagement that the constituents of Grey County have for their elected and appointed officials. So all of that's why we are delighted to say that most of our activity, in fact, on 7 different occasions, we provided advice to members of county council. We did provide education and training in September, was followed up in November on the code of conduct. You've adopted a new code of conduct, and we've had 0 occasions to receive complaints and administer those. So from our perspective, it's been a very good period. So with that level, of course, the work we do is confidential. I can't speak to individual pieces of advice. That's a statutory responsibility, and it's a good thing because it encourages members to reach out with their questions. So if I can just move on to some ethical themes around the province, take this opportunity to share those with you. As always, we and other integrity commissioners see disparagement as a trigger for making of complaints from time to time. That's under unhappy circumstances. You can imagine that they would come up in various scenarios. The one we want to speak to directly is in social media, and to remind members that even though there might be a tone or a pattern of conversation in social media that others adopt, as members of council, you are responsible to adhere to your code of conduct and to make sure that your conversations on social media, whatever the platform, is non-disparaging and respectful and professional. Your new code has in it a provision titled Avoiding Conflicts of Interest. And that's a really important perspective. So in other words, your code recognizes that not only is there this statute called the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which you must adhere to. It's a provincial statute, but it has a very narrow focus on what is a conflict of interest. And you've always been subject to what's known as the common law, oftentimes referred to as a perceived or an apparent conflict of interest. And when you acknowledge you have to adhere to a high standard, it's that sort of thing that is contemplated. Well, your code acknowledges that and provides you guidance on how to deal with those things. And as a reasonable person perspective, you have opportunities to reach out for discreet advice if necessary, and they even are able to make transparency disclosures just to clear the air where you have an interest in a matter that isn't of a nature that would prevent you from participating, but just to clear the air with everyone, you can make a transparency disclosure. It's this sort of thing that was actually recognized in Justice Morocco's report last November, arising out of the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry. And there's some interesting conversation in there and recommendations about how all municipalities should have the very thing that you have in your code. In fact, it was our code that was referenced in Justice Morocco's recommendations. The last thing I'll speak to today, and then obviously take any questions you may have, Mr. Warden, is the notion of members of council, elected officials, staying in their lane. Because from time to time, we see troublesome spots where members of elected officials decide that, they're going to be the one that solves a particular constituent's problem or gives direction to staff. And we all know that the role of council is to make the strategic decisions, the operational decisions of the municipality, but those decisions are implemented by your staff and others. And there ought to be a good collaborative relationship between staff and members of council, so that you can facilitate a handoff when a constituent reaches out to you. But we have across the province seen things like members of council who grab a shovel and fill a pothole because they think it's the right thing to do to serve their constituents, when in fact what they're doing is challenging a service level that may well have been adopted by the municipality. They're interfering with staff operations. They're perhaps bringing a reputation of disrepute onto the municipality, and they may well be breaching a few provincial statutes dealing with occupational health and safety. So just one example of the kinds of things we're seeing elsewhere. I want to emphasize that that isn't the case at Grey County, and it is good news. So I'll repeat, there have been no requests for investigations in the period covered by this report. So with that, Mr. Warden, I'll turn it back to you. If you have any questions of us, we're happy to answer them.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Abrams. And I know that Ms. Atwood-Petkowski is here as well. Is there anything that you wanted to add, or you're just going to make yourself available for questions?
I'm just going to make myself available for questions. I think Jeff did an excellent job of presenting our perspective and our report to you.
Yes, he did. Okay, Council, are there any questions? Seeing none, then we will thank our delegates very much. It's a good news story all around. It's nice to have you there, and we're availing ourselves of your services, and we're keeping ourselves straight. And thanks as well to our clerk who keeps us in line regularly. Anyways, thank you very much, Jeff and Janice.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
For your presentation.
Bye now.
Okay, so we will go back now to, oops, let me go back here, item number 3. And 3A, it was a notice of motion. It's being moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Carlton. It's a notice of motion regarding collaborative decision-making. Councillor Potter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Warden. Shall I read the motion?
Well, if you wish to read it, go right ahead. But I think everyone has read the motion.
It is a bit lengthy, and I thank Councillor Carlton for seconding the motion. But one thing that is clear is that there seems to be some confusion about what this is all about. Grey County has a collaborative decision-making framework in place that was adopted in 2013. It was included in the confirmation bylaw for that year. And so therefore it is in place. It was the subject of considerable work, and at the end, the document was published, which outlined how the reasoning behind this framework and what it's meant to accomplish. And I'll just read a paragraph that explains what sums up basically what is behind the framework. On March 6, 2013, Grey County Council adopted the following collaborative framework as county policy and expected practice. The framework is simply a means of formalizing terms of engagement between two or more municipal organizations wishing to work together to explore ways to improve the delivery of one or more services or to tackle a shared new service challenge. It provides a rational, evidence-based way to establish expectations at the outset, organize people, allocate resources, gather the right information, establish ground rules for behavior, assess options, measure progress, and commit to prescribed timelines. The framework is not a one-size-fits-all process. It can be simplified or made more complex depending on the needs of the situation. So our suggestion is that we already have this in place. We are being presented fairly regularly with ideas for new service delivery options that might benefit the county's members. And we need a way of looking at those objectively and assessing the various factors that might be at play. And in the document that accompanies the framework, it asks a lot of questions. How is demand for the service being managed? What are the full costs and benefits of the service? How can benefits and outputs of the service be increased? How can the number and cost of outputs be decreased or inputs be decreased? What are the alternative ways of delivering the service? How can a service change best be managed, implemented, and communicated? So that seems to me to be a logical, sensible way of dealing with these questions instead of everybody just either tacking up walls or trying to build partnerships. We need to look at what will work. And it does, there is a flow chart that goes with this, and you can find this simply by typing it into the search line on the Grey County website. Type in collaborative decision-making framework, and this document will come up. And then at the end, there is a link that you can click on that will open the framework, which is kind of a summary of how the framework works. So we're simply saying that this is already in place. We already have several questions about whether we should upload services from local tiers to the county level. We need a way to look at them objectively, a way that is going to help us make decisions that are taking into account as many factors as we can, and not just be making decisions on the fly. The county council of that day and the staff obviously worked very hard to put this document together and to create this framework. They passed it as a resolution, which was later adopted within the confirmation bylaw, and we believe that it is in place. It is a policy as stated in the paragraph I read, and that we should be following it. It's been forgotten, but we think it's time that it be brought back and be put to use.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Councillor O'Leary, I do see your hand, but I wonder if Councillor Carlton, as being the seconder, has anything to add.
I do. I was late reading my agenda this week, so I agreed to second this one to put it on the floor. But I do question why it would be my understanding that staff are already following this, so I'm not sure we need to continue giving them direction to do that. So my reason for seconding was just to get it on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning, County Council. I'm not concerned at all about the framework. I'm concerned about what's behind the notice of motion. And in my opinion, it's a notice of motion that's being presented for all the wrong reasons. I think this is a municipality that does not want to have the conversation of waste management, a study or a discussion. And I think if we pass this, it's a slam against our CAO. If we pass it, we'll be telling our CAO, this is what we want you to do, and this is how we want you to do it. And to me, that's micromanaging. I think to all of our staff, they bring us recommendations. At the end of the day, we can all respectfully disagree if we wish. And I just think that it's heading in the wrong direction. So I will not be supporting this notice of motion. And Madam Clerk, I would request a recorded vote as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I see Councillor Soever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And certainly, I'm hearing everybody's comments on this, but I share Councillor Potter's concerns that it's unfortunate we do need to bring this and highlight this for council. A couple of weeks ago at the Committee of the Whole meeting, we were told that the collaborative decision-making framework is just that. It's a roadmap, not a formal policy or procedure, nor was it adopted by bylaw. In fact, when you look at our process, which is ensconced in our procedural bylaw, the procedural bylaw actually states, and I'll read from it here, on an annual basis, council will consider a bylaw to approve and confirm the proceedings of every meeting of council and every decision of council in that year, and to deem that every resolution thereof will have the same force and effect as if each of them and every one of them had been the subject matter of a separate bylaw duly enacted. So to me, it's quite clear that our own rules say that once we enact something, there's clear direction that it should be followed, because it is the same force and effect as if it had its own bylaw. And that is really why corporations have, municipalities have confirmation bylaws. It's so that there is legal effect to the things that are approved by resolution. So, I was concerned at the time, as I think Deputy Mayor Councillor Potter was, that there was this attitude that it's not a formal policy or procedure, nor was it adopted by bylaw. And I have had this discussion with staff, and I think it's important that we as a council recognize our own process and procedures, and that when something is approved, that it is followed. And I'm concerned when we look at, and this has nothing to do with the issue, it could be any issue. But when you look at the collaborative framework, it's a 4-step process. I don't know how many people have looked at it, but the important is the second step, which is the project charter. Before we start spending huge amounts of money, it says go to the second step, which is the county CAO will engage municipal CAOs and others as necessary to prepare a draft project charter. The project charter will set out the terms of engagement, including operating principles, objectives, and constraints of the review. And it gives examples of service excellence, cost effectiveness, and a bunch of other things. So, we heard the other day that we want to start spending money. Well, the collaborative framework says, and that's why it has the word collaborative in it, is first you're supposed to discuss with the other CAOs and figure out what the terms of engagement are and what you need to look at and everything you need to study. And then you move forward with the spending of money to actually and there's two phases to even that. There's the current state report. What is the current status of whatever you're trying to change? And then the second step is then of course, what is the desired state? So it is a very well thought out process. It's built to make sure there is collaboration, and it is also there to make sure that, you know, at any stage you can stop a process because you can say, well, wait a minute, we no longer have support where we're going to get a triple majority vote, which is required on these things. So maybe we should stop, say we don't have a triple majority, and you know, revisit it. Because there's no sense spending a huge amount of money when you already might know at an earlier stage that, you know, there's no chance of success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saliver. I did see Kim's hand at one point. It's down now. Is there anyone else that wishes to comment on this? Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. There's a lot really to unpack with this notice or this motion. But I guess I would suggest that we're maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves here. You know, if you're going to decide to go somewhere, first of all, you got to decide who's going to drive, and you got to make a case, you know, are we going to go there? And then if you've decided to go there, then maybe the staff decides how are we going to get there? And I haven't really seen a case yet to decide, you know, are we going to go there or not? And if there are municipalities that feel, or a municipality that feels like they want to bring a new service to the county, they need to make a better case. They need to make a case for it. And if the rest of council decides that, yes, that's where we want to go, then this collaborative framework kicks in. And yet I'm not convinced yet that the case has been made definitively that we actually even want to go down the road. So to, you know, question staff's resolve to deal with the issue through this notice of motion, I think is a little premature and a little unfair. Staff have done a good job, I think, to kind of push it back at us a little bit and say, do you have a majority of people that, or majority of council that want to go down this road? And then we'll decide how we're going to get there. I'm disinclined to support this, but I'll leave it to somebody to try to change my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Milne. Councillor Potter, I do see your hand, but I just want to make sure if anyone else wanted to chime in. So Councillor Mackey, I do see your hand.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and good morning, County Council. I guess, you know, before I would feel comfortable making a decision on this, I would like to see more information. Haven't heard a lot from our senior staff. This decision was made by another council back in 2013. I'm not sure if it fully applies to today, but I'd like to get more information back in front of this council before we could make a decision going forward. So I would like to defer this and get more information from our CEO on her thoughts about this whole collaborative decision-making process. Maybe over the last 8 or 9 years, there should be some tweaks to it, but now there may be an opportunity for this council to look at what the process should be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackey. Councillor Boddy.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. I'm having trouble sort of following the argument in a sense. There seems to be some confusion between policy and law. Naturally, we adopt policy and everything we do by bylaw, but that does not make it anything other than a policy. Policies are clearly stated objectives, and in this case, a framework or procedure. Laws are rules that have to be followed, compulsory. I think the framework sets out our objectives, but I'm not sure that every policy that we pass, every framework that we pass or has passed before us becomes something that we must follow in all situations, because then we're really going to be binding the hands of future councils if we do that every time. And, as an example, that would mean that we should and have to follow the provincial planning policy statement. And you know how much I would love to be able to say, no more houses on an acreage. They've got to be on urban style developments on urban services. And that's not realistic as a bylaw as much as I want it to be. And I think we've got to be very careful of what we're doing here. I'm not going to support this. I'm with Councillor Milne in that I can see this procedure becoming a framework becoming part of the process going forward. But at this point, I don't know that we step back and start it so early. One of the reasons why we have policies and they're not bylaws is what happens if, and in this case, we've got some time limitations. We've got some funding opportunities, perhaps, or not maybe in this case, but in any case, that we want to grab quickly. And if we slow the framework down to follow it every time on everything, we're never going to get there. I've got some other thoughts, but I'm going to leave them for now. Jeffrey was just talking right before this presentation on staying in our own lane, and that is something that sticks out for me. Is sometimes I think we need to stay in our own lane. Certainly for some of us that have been kicking around council for a few years, Milne, McQueen, Burley that have been kicking around for much longer, we certainly got it jammed down our throats when Councillor Hicks and I came on last term from the senior councillors at that time that we're double hatters. When we're making decisions at the county level, we make the best decisions on the county. And when we're at our lower tier, we make our best decisions at the lower tier. There's sometimes, I remember Councillor Deputy Mayor Arlene Wright at times voting differently at City Council than she did at the county. But her point was that I'm making decisions in the best interest of the county that may not be in the best interest of Owen Sound when I'm deciding at the county. So, I just throw that out there for all of us to think about, that let's not confuse necessarily our lower tier interest with our upper tier interest. And that's kind of a throwaway, but my main point is on the policy versus law. And I think it's a framework that can be followed, but doesn't have to be followed. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonney. I don't see any other hands. So Councillor Potter, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Warden, and I thank all the members for their input. That is exactly what this is about, though, is staying in the lanes. The council of the day thought that it was time that there be a better way of making these decisions, and not just based on the local lower tier interest, but based on a county-wide interest. And in order to do that, you have to look at things from a county-wide perspective. That's why these questions need to be asked, and need to be asked from that angle, and not just what's good for us. So far from what I've been accused of, what I'm trying to do with this is ask County Council to follow its own framework and to look at these matters more carefully, rather than just dedicating money for legal studies without thinking about what the total ramifications might be.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Madam CAO.
Thanks, everyone. And I do apologize. My computer decided it needed to shut down. I'm so sorry. Just to be very clear about exactly where we are, the remarks that I made in my original presentation were that the collaborative framework I felt was a great document that provided really good advice, and that we would be paying attention to it as we went forward. And in my estimation, that's exactly where we are at step one of this process. Step one is getting started, and it's where a municipality brings a request forward, and there's a preliminary staff report. So that was provided to you. I think maybe some of the question in people's minds is how much information was to accompany that initial request. At the time the collaborative framework was put together, the question that was before council, I think, had to do with library services. I think examining solid waste management is a very different project and requires different expertise, which is why I made the recommendation that we should get some additional help, some expertise to be able to provide that preliminary information back to council that was based on science, and it was independent and impartial. And that's what we're trying to do. There has been no commitment here to spend money of really any consequence. What you asked me to do was to put forward a request for funding under municipal modernization, and that's what I've done. If we aren't successful in that request, we don't have the ability, or I don't have the ability or the support from you to do anything other than to come back and report that back to you. And at that point, I think we'd have to again revisit the question, do you want to do this without any outside support? Do you want to invest the county's funds in pursuing an initial feasibility study? So that's where we are today. The application went into the province, and our understanding is that they'll be making a decision and communicating our success or not sometime in May. And at that time, I'll bring that information back to all of you, and we can decide where we want to go next. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I do not see any other hands. Councillor Soever.
That my support for Mr. Potter's proposal, it has nothing to do with waste management in particular, and I think people are assuming that. It's just my concern was, as I stated, that we just reconfirm that this is what we are following, because I think the second step is very important, which is the engagement with the other municipal CAOs to prepare a draft project charter. Obviously, all of our CAOs and our operations directors of operation have a lot of experience with solid waste management, because that's what they do every year. So, and they deal with it all the time. So I think that's why it's important that we have that engagement. And my concern was raised, as I said, from the comments of a while ago, which, and now I'm glad the CAO has clarified that they will be, following the framework. But I think, we need to have this discussion. And, it appears, that, I think we do need to, when we do have policies and procedures, that people spent over a year putting this together and engaging with the lower tiers. And, a lot of work went into this, and I think it's very well thought out. So I'm just happy that we reconfirm it with this motion. And so I'll be voting for it.
Thank you very much. I do not see, Madam Clerk, anyone else. So it looks like we are ready to call the question, and I believe a recorded vote has been called for.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, recorded vote was called by Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Mackey.
No.
Councillor Gamble.
Not at this time.
Councillor Burley.
Against.
Councillor Carlton.
Opposed.
Counselor McQueen,
Support.
Counselor Desai,
Opposed.
Counselor Patterson,
Opposed?
Warden Hicks,
Nay.
Counselor Clumpus,
Opposed?
Counselor Keaveney,
Opposed.
Counselor Body.
Opposed,
I'm sorry.
opposed,
Thank you.
sorry,
Counselor O'Leary,
Opposed.
Counselor Woodbury,
opposed,
Counselor Millen,
Nay.
Counselor Soever,
In favor?
Counselor Potter,
In favor?
Counselor Robinson,
Not in favor.
Counselor Hutchinson.
opposed.
The motion is lost 2466.
Thank you very much. We will, next is second notice was item 3B. But before we go there, we've been sitting for over an hour. I'm going to suggest that we take a little break, come back at 11 sharp. And that'll give you 14 minutes by my count. So let's take a little break and we'll come back and then we'll deal with the second notice of motion. Councillor Desai. Okay, folks, turn off your video and mute yourselves. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Suppose I can take this thing off now. Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Still a few to arrive, but we'll get started. We're going to be dealing with item 3B, which is the notice of motion by Councillor Desai on honoring women in politics. But just prior to that, Madam Clerk, I believe that you have something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My apologies, Council. When I did the recorded vote, I heard a yay and not a nay. So I wanted just to reconfirm the final vote count for the notice of motion by Councillor Potter. And I did reconfirm with the council member that I misheard. So the final tally was those in favor, 18 votes, those opposed, 72. I just wanted to provide you with that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so next, item 3B, it's a motion by Councillor Desai. It is moved by Councillor Desai and seconded by Councillor Robinson. Councillor Desai, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I mentioned under Good News and Celebration sort of the inspiration behind this notice of motion today. I also want to thank Mr. John Butler for helping me with the wording for this motion. Clearly, as Councillor Milne would attest, I am not capable of words that's beautiful. Nonetheless, I think this is a first step, quite possibly, to making further strides in hopefully breaking barriers for women entering politics. I've mentioned earlier that we do still have a gender imbalance in our political world, and I'm not going to sit here and claim that we have to have a 50-50 council every single time, because I do believe in a meritocracy and the better candidate winning. But at the same time, I also recognize that there is more barriers for certain groups of people to running for office, and that is the reason for this notice of motion. And I am happy to take any questions, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. Councillor Desai, are there any questions with respect to this motion before you? Councillor Robinson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, it's not a question, but just a statement. I am very pleased to be seconding this motion. This is a significant time in the history of Grey County, the history of our province, and indeed of Canada, that celebrates the accomplishments and also recognizes the hard work that Agnes MacPhail has done politically, culturally, and socially. So I think this is a very profound time in which I would ask our county councils to support this motion. Just a very interesting fact, I do want to mention that one of my favorite books is called Eminent Women of Grey County, and it was published by the Grey County Historical Society, I believe back in 1977, but that's to be confirmed. It's a book that discusses brief biographies and histories of various prominent women in Grey County, including Agnes MacPhail. Most interesting read, and I would encourage everyone to read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Soever, you are next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I'm very pleased that Councillor Desai has brought this motion forward. And, I think we really do need to honor the women that have, especially from Grey County, that have been in the forefront of, getting involved in politics. And in that regard, I was just wondering if maybe there's some way we could also recognize Ms. McClung. She was born in Chatsworth, Ontario, and so she and 4 other women actually got women recognized as persons. Prior to 1927, women were not considered qualified persons and were therefore not eligible to sit in the Senate. The Supreme Court of Canada actually ruled that that they were not persons, and so then the 5 women, including Nellie McClung, then applied to the Judicial Committee of the British Privy Council. So they had quite a journey, and women were then recognized as persons and were then able to sit in the Senate. So in 1954, Nellie McClung was named a person of national historic significance. And I'm told there's even a plaque commemorating Miss McClung on the west side of Highway 6, about 1 kilometer south of Highway 40. County Road 40. So I would just like to say this is a great idea, but we have more than one famous woman coming from Grey County that has been in the forefront of getting women recognized and getting them involved in politics. So I was just wondering if maybe we could expand Councillor Desai's motion to recognize all of them.
Well, Councillor Soever, I think that if I look at Councillor Desai's motion, I look at the bottom, it's talking about we're, I guess, acknowledging the contributions of women locally. So I don't think it's specific to any one woman, but women in general. Oh, I see. You're probably referring to the very last paragraph, are you? With respect to the exhibit? Have I lost you?
No, I just had muted myself. Yeah, I think, I think we recognize them all, and, it's not really, I'm not opposed to anything in the resolution, but I just thought it would be a good thing to point out that there are more than one woman that's very significant, so.
Point made. Madam Clerk.
So thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And I will note that Ms. McClung is a prominent feature in the Pearls in Politics exhibit. She is definitely part of that exhibit.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Gamble.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is the appropriate time to do it or not. I support Dr. Desai's motion. McClung, Nellie Mooney McClung. I'm going to get it right yet. Her monument is on the west side of Highway 6. And I have been personally trying to keep it up. I have contacted the foundation that is out west, and I have had no luck with that. So I'm just wondering, is there an avenue that could help us support that foundation or that monument site? It is in need of some work. Anyway, I just throwing that out there. I know it probably isn't the right place, but I am.
I see our CAO has her hand up, so perhaps she could answer.
You're on mute, Kim.
Great, thank you. It's good to know that you were doing that, Councillor Gamble. I wasn't sure who was responsible for that. It's certainly something that we can take a look at from the museum stuff just to get a sense of what's required there. And either it's something that we feel that we could take on, or we'll bring something back to suggest a way forward for it, if that's okay. I also wanted to add that the Pearls in Politics, the whole exhibit can be accessed online. If you go to the Grey Roots or just Google it, you can find all of the different parts of that presentation.
Thank you. As well as the voice, is it Voices of Grey? I don't know if people have actually tuned into that. They're really excellent. They're well done. Deputy Warden McQueen, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and certainly very much in support of this moving forward. And thanks for Councillor Desai bringing it forward. I just want to bring the information forward in the sense, I think it was last term, or maybe it was the term before that, where they were looking at putting Agnes MacPhail on the $10 bill. And I know Grey County Council at the time was very, very supportive of that. And we certainly passed resolutions and motions toward support of that. And it was nice to see that she did get a little spot on the $10 bill. I think that maybe was 3 or 4 years ago on that. But so this is a continuation of Grey County supporting this very important woman of history. And again, I just wanted to raise that point that we continue to support this great icon. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. I don't see any other hands, but perhaps Dr. Desai has some final words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Everyone's told me it's hard to become a doctor, but clearly I just had to go see Councillor Gamble. I do take Councillor Sauver's point on recognizing other women, which is why the final clause, or the penultimate clause rather, is there, which celebrates women and contributions of women to politics, locally, provincially, and nationally. And the final motion, this entire motion was brought forward. The impetus for it was that it is the 100th anniversary of the election of the first female MP. And so, which is why Agnes MacPhail has featured as heavily as she has in this motion, because 100 years it's a landmark. So, and then of course, to coincide with the birth of Agnes MacPhail as well, it's March is a unique month in that sense that, you know, you've got the birth anniversary of Agnes MacPhail as well as International Women's Day, which again I've mentioned it there as well. So I agree that we should promote and celebrate all the women who have made these contributions and made strides, and that is why we've the direction, if you will, is that the Pearls in Politics exhibit be promoted to coincide with International Women's Day, because that exhibit does celebrate all women who've made contributions. Thank you.
Very good. I think that's we've had good discussion, and I think we're ready to call the question on the motion.
Mr. Warden, I'm sorry.
I missed Councillor Burley, did I?
And Councillor Keaveney.
Okay, my apologies for that, folks. Councillor Burley, go right ahead.
I just wanted to tell you that Councillor Keaveney was waving her hand for quite a while and she wanted to speak.
I apologize. Councillor Keaveney, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden and Councillor Burley. Thank you for acknowledging me. I just wanted to show my appreciation to Councillor Desai for bringing this motion forward. It's so greatly appreciated. And as a proud member of our local Grey Bruce Elect Her Now group, I just wanted to mention a few statistics. I mean, as you say, we're 100 years later, and women make up 51% of the population of Ontario, yet of the available political seats, women occupy 31%. And here in Grey Bruce, it's close to the same. Women are 51% of the population, yet hold 27% of the available seats. So this group has come together, made up of women who acknowledge that and are working towards encouraging and supporting more women to run for politics. And I think that's wonderful. And it just, it means a lot, Councillor Desai, that you would bring this motion forward. And I will certainly take it back to the Elect Her group and make sure that they are aware of your contribution in recognizing women in politics. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Keaveney, and my apologies for not seeing your hand. I think that's it, right? Yes, if that is the case, then I think we're ready to call the question. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? And seeing none, I would say.
May I request a recorded vote, Mr. Warden? Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
All right. Councillor Mackey.
In favor?
Councillor Gamble. Councillor Gamble.
Sorry, in favor.
Counselor Burley.
In favor.
Thank you. Counselor Carlton.
In favor.
Counselor McQueen.
In favor?
Counselor Desai.
In favor.
Counselor Patterson.
In favor.
Warden Hicks.
Yay.
Counselor Clumpus.
In favor.
Counselor Keaveney.
With pleasure.
Thank you. Counselor Body.
In favor.
Counselor O'Leary.
In favor.
Counselor Woodbury.
In favor.
Counselor Millen.
Yay.
Counselor Soever.
In favor.
Counselor Potter.
In favor.
Counselor Robinson.
In favor.
Counselor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Supported unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving along now. We're at item number 5, looking for anything that needs to be pulled from the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone wishes to have pulled for separate discussion? If not, then we will move on to the, looking at the consent agenda, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Clumpus that the consent agenda be approved. Is there anyone opposed to that? That is carried then. Moving on now to item 7A. Ontario's new vision for social assistance. It is moved by Councillor Milne and seconded by Councillor Mackey. I believe it's Melissa that's presenting on
Yes.
this. Yes.
Yes, thank
Melissa, you
you.
have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Warden and members of council. Thank you for your interest in this report. I'm going to share my screen and turn off my video to walk through the working vision for social assistance. The working vision for social assistance is a placemat that's a link in the bottom of the report. And we think it's an excellent summary of the report.
Melissa,
Oh,
sorry,
yes.
your screen share. You're going to try that again, okay?
Oh, okay, sorry.
No worries.
It's, what screen am I sharing?
Your video's off, so we're not seeing anything. I wonder if you can't do both of those things.
Oh, okay, let me.
Maybe Barb.
Okay. I can just walk through it. So what I'll do, I'll just talk through the report. What the new vision is from the province is we've brought forward a couple reports on modernization, and a lot of the modernization has been focused on relieving the administrative burdens of the program that we're working with Ontario Works. And the end goal now, we can see from this, what's being brought forward from the province is a major focus on life stabilization for social assistance clients. And the vision is to create a much more efficient and effective and streamlined system. And while that's often said by the province, we haven't seen any major shifts.
I would say that they're two separate things.
Melissa, I think you're muted.
So what the province is proposing is a realignment, and they're going to take over a lot of centralized financial assistance for the Ontario Works program and the ODSP program. So that's the Ontario Disability Program. And they're proposing that the municipalities will take over life stabilization for both of those programs. So the vision is to create a system that's more responsive to individual needs. And in the placemat, there's a visual of what that looks like. And what that looks like is having the client at the center of service. And they feel, and we feel, we're quite excited about this vision, that the municipality is a great place, and our caseworkers have knowledge of how to respond to individual needs by providing a range of integrated local services for housing, childcare, skills training, mental health. And a lot of the administrative burden is going to be taken off with the financial aspects of the program being taken over by the province. So the placemat, which is the vision, that's the attachment there, the working vision for social assistance. It shows how they plan to do this in phases. So right now, we're in a phase where we're seeing the province starting to take over some centralized functions, which include, right now, we're seeing a move towards the province even doing some of our for people applying for social assistance. And they're going to be moving towards even issuing benefits. So what that's going to look like, you know, we're seeing quick movement this year towards some of those shifts, and in 2022 to 2024, it's even going to broaden more. And the municipality is going to be delivering mostly life stabilization for Ontario Works clients and ODSP clients. The inclusion of the ODSP clients, that was a significant aspect to that provincial report, is that that would fall under our current caseworkers to assist there. So when we talk about life stabilization, what that means right now, what we know is it will include a needs assessment, service planning, warm referrals, and still offering discretionary benefits.
Melissa, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I think we're having a lot of trouble hearing you. You're cutting in and out of with your volume.
Okay.
I don't know if you can come closer to the computer to speak, or if,
I can
try
come a
that
little-
and see
okay.
if that
Is
would be
that
better.
better?
Yes,
Is that
it is.
better?
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
you. So speaking of what the life stabilization is, I'll just go over that quickly again, just in case you missed it. Life stabilization is talking about doing a needs assessment with our clients, service planning and warm referrals, and still offering the discretionary benefits that we do today. It's very person-centered with the client at the center. And what it will be shifting towards in a future state, they're looking at the human services model, where caseworkers, provide a wraparound services to their clients, and it's not just focused on the Ontario Works program. It's focused on offering broader services, including childcare, housing, mental health and addiction, healthcare, and referrals to Employment Ontario for clients that have been assessed to be employed. So the caseworkers will be knowledgeable about this broader system of benefits, and they'll have a much better chances of success working with their clients if they're not, if they don't have so much financial responsibility. Right now, the program is very, very heavy on rules, and the system that we administer can also be very time consuming for caseworkers to manage. So with this vision, we're definitely seeing that caseworkers will have a lot more time to work with their clients and actually have a better success at moving them forward. As far as financial and resource implications at this time, we don't know what kind of money will be tied to this. The province has committed to co-designing the system, and there are some sector tables. Barb's on some leadership tables around this, and they will be looking at doing new performance and accountability frameworks around this programming, and they've committed to working together with the municipalities to develop a funding approach that will address the administration costs of being able to deliver this appropriately and reinvest administrative savings to enhance the system. Is there any questions about the report? Barb's also available today to.
Yes, thank you very much, Melissa. And I see that Barb has got her hand up. Barb, before I go to you, I would say that it seems that under the concept of life stabilization, that our workers are returning to sort of the traditional roots of a social services worker. Barb, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I know I heard comments earlier from you, Mr. Warden, about the additional resources being poured into SWIFT, and I think Melissa would agree that she's very excited about that. We've had some difficulties lately with some of our technology and bandwidth and whatnot, so unfortunately today is one of those days. I think you have the road or the placemat within the report, and I would encourage you to take a look at that. We are excited about this. This has been a long time coming for us. You're so correct, Mr. Warden, about the traditional hands-on approach, working with people with barriers. And we have moved over the years into a much more administrative approach. And our current government has promised us that we would have our administrative burden relieved, and they're doing that. And in fact, over the last year and a half, or a year certainly since COVID, we have worked diligently to manage on the ground circumstances, policies, procedures, implementation of protocols, and keep services moving. And our provincial counterparts have been moving with lightning speed to bring and onboard new policies that will allow for this transformation. Some of you will remember we came to you a long time ago, back in 2012, with a social assistance review. And that review was a Lankin report, and a lot of information contained within that report that we're seeing play out now. There just wasn't the infrastructure, the buy-in, maybe the political will, the need to move forward with the information, but it boils down to the unsustainable cost of delivering social assistance across the province right now. And the projections, the growth for social assistance just keeps building, and we've not done a great job. And I don't mean my team, and I don't even mean locally. I mean policy-wise, we haven't done a great job of supporting people, especially people with disabilities. We work hard to get them that higher benefit. We work hard on their application and advocacy for them so that they can receive additional monies, a little more than OW. Those rates, we're just parking people, and we're saying, way to go, we've got you some additional funds now, here's your life. And that's not fair. And so I think what we'll see with this, I'm excited about this, is the opportunity for everyone who has been on the social assistance continuum. We know that there's been a lot of recidivism. We move people into it. Over the past years, we've had the opportunity to support people to become more skilled and more connected with the labor force, but they do come back because it hasn't been sustained. We haven't really been able to actually empower and make that a sustainable shift. So this gives us the opportunity to stabilize people, and hence the reason it's called life stabilization. We know that right now there's a whole lot going on with mental health and addictions. Unfortunately, we're hearing about the overdose, we're hearing about the need for resources, all kinds of things happening. And that's where we're going to come in, that it's the trust-based approach. So we remove the administrative piece. That's going to be done by the province. You'll see that on the map. And then we'll be working with both OW clients and ODSP clients to meet them where they're at. We know that we're in the best position to do that because we are connected at the local level. The municipal staff are connected with all of our supports. We count on each other for our community partnerships, and so we're working collaboratively, and that's how we've always done it. We do believe the province was best positioned to play the piece of the administrative and remove that from our staff position. And also the technology that, as I mentioned earlier, they're just rolling it out. We've adopted a lot of processes with the foresight unknown that it would benefit us to be able to be nimble and be ready for this transformation. So the plan is a co-design, and I do sit at those tables, as Melissa mentioned. A lot of work going on, a lot of opportunities for us to have engagement and advise what we think will work and what won't work, especially in a rural setting that we have mostly. Our transportation options are improving, but we still have a long way to go. And we certainly have opportunities with our satellite locations so that not everybody needs to come into the city of Owen Sound for access of service. We come to meet people where they're at. And I think the last thing I would say is that there's been, as I mentioned, that silver lining of COVID, which allowed for us to adopt these technologies and solutions to test. And we've been able to do that quite well. And our staff are being trained as we go forward. And we're in the middle of a lot of change management, but it's an exciting time for us in social assistance. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Barb and Melissa. Council, any questions? Councillor Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Melissa and Barb, for your report. Interesting times, no doubt about it. Barb's comment about coming to the people that need the help. I know here in Gray we're doing a good job of that. Barb, do you foresee more locations where our staff will be able to come to the client, so to speak?
So right now, through you, Mr. Warden, thank you, Brian, for that question. We do have satellite locations in Hanover and Markdale and Durham and Meaford. And we have itinerant site locations. We bring services into Dundalk, but I can see us needing to partner with other agencies that already have storefronts where we can use their space as well. That point about servicing the ODSP clients is very, it's right in our forefront right now for planning, because that's a heavy caseload. And they have not had obligations. They do, they're going to need some supports. They're going to need to get to know us. And just for information's sake, our caseloads right now for our clients, they're down a little bit. We're down about 20% over last year. And that's because we have that artificial floor I've talked about with the CRB, the federal benefits. We know that when those benefits are lifted, there's going to be an impact to us. We also know when the ODSP caseload comes to us, we've got a significant impact, because it's those that are the spouses and the adult dependents. It's also the clients that want to move forward. And there's a fair good number of those folks that really do wish that they could have some, opportunity for skills and training and outreach to resources. So when I think of that caseload, we will be significantly impacted, Brian. So I do see some opportunities for us to utilize space with other colleagues and other agencies.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for your answer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Councillor Mackey.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Mackey, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Barb and Melissa, for the report. I'm glad to hear that just an application, because I think for a lot of the clients that require your services, it's a pretty complex system, and I'm glad to hear that there's going to be that coordination. The question around the ODSP office now is in the Ontario building downtown Owen Sound. Are those staff then and that service being moved to the county? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that, and when might that happen?
Through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, Scott, for that question. That's not going to happen. The plan at this point is to keep the two benefits moving forward. The role, although, will be for our workers to do that wraparound piece. So the office will still stay static. At this point, that's what I know. The staff currently there have cases over 500. If you can think like that, how many caseworkers could even have an opportunity to answer a question when your caseload is at 500? That's 500 cases. Each one of those could be an individual, a family, a couple. So it's impossible. The system is not working. I feel for those folks, and if we can take some of their work away by providing supports, I think it's the right answer. And this was determined 9 years ago, and here we are. But I think that what we can see is an opportunity for us to really look locally at how we do this with our partners. We've established a long time ago, we have a sector table where Bruce and Gray OW offices, our senior leads, as well as the ODSP senior leads, as well as our partners over at Cape and Saugeen. We gather together 4 times a year, and we talk about processes to align ourselves. We know people move back and forth across those county lines and across into different areas of our communities, and we want to try and streamline, because it's far too complex. It's far too administrative, and this is helping us move our own work plans in this area faster. More transparency, more relationship building, and certainly an ability to support someone in a way we've been trying to, and certainly we all want to, but this gives us the opportunity to do so.
Well, certainly glad to hear that you and Melissa are excited about this, because we'll leave it in your capable hands. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Mackey. I do not see any other questions.
Councillor Keaveney.
Oh, I'm not seeing these hands. What's wrong with me? Councillor Keaveney, please go ahead.
No, I'm going to have to jump up
There
and
it is.
down. Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I just wanted to share how pleased I am with this report, Barb and Melissa. And I just wondered if you could expand a little bit more, Barb, recognizing that this area has probably the lowest unemployment rate in Ontario, and you suggested that you have some folks who would really like to get away from precarious employment or no employment at all. And I know there's gaps there between those folks and the employers that are looking for people. And I just wondered if you could speak a little more to the partnerships. I know you'll have one with 4 County and Y Employment Services and so on, and just how we can support you and work together to bridge that gap to help the needs of our employers.
Thank you, Councillor Keaveney. Through you, Mr. Warden. Shirley, that's a great comment and a great segue into some work that we're doing with our partners. We have an employment services table that includes Savannah's team as well from economic development, as well as our Y partners and 4 County Labor. We are excited about opportunities that are moving through those employment folks, and they're looking to us to provide the people that are wanting to participate in apprenticeships, micro-credentials, opportunities that we can support, because we have been providing some of the technology and the tools for people to train at home while this has been, while COVID's been here. And so we are able now to say to those same folks, here's some further opportunities that will garner you the skill set for the jobs that are coming or available that are, we just recently met this week, to be honest, and we reviewed the successful job fair. And we're looking also at having Gemma come from 4 County Labor to speak to you, hopefully in either end of May or early June. She's taking a look at her calendar right now, but she has some exciting information to share. A lot of opportunities and a lot of people at the other end to match. We just need to build that skill set within and ensure that we can provide all the supports as well to the employers, right? Because the employer is also going to need supports that will allow for them to make that match and make it work. We're trying to recognize that If there's opportunities for people to work remotely, maybe we're looking at things through multiple lenses, very differently than we have before. But there have been announcements about PSW micro-credentials. As I mentioned, that apprenticeship piece for construction and other services. Manufacturing, not so much right now, but certainly we know there's definitely opportunities coming. And so that's the reason economic development is at the table with us too, so that we have a large view. The scope is big, but we are drilling down to where we can make a difference with the people that we have on our caseload.
Mr. Warden, if I may, just thank you so much, Barb, for sharing that. And I know construction is another area, and we'll be hearing from Port County on SIO programs, Skills Advance Ontario, and how those partnerships can grow. So thank you so much for all you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Keaveney. Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else, so am I missing any hands?
Not that I can see, sir.
Very good. Maybe just one last thing. I'm sorry to prolong this, but do you have any concerns, either Melissa or Barb, with the province taking over the administrative function? Is there any downside to that?
Well, I'll maybe jump in with a little bit. Our concern maybe goes back to our staff and change management. We've had a heavy year of being pivoting and being flexible and doing what we can. We've also been really careful about each and every vacancy that presents within our program, whether it's a short-term leave, whether it's retirement, to ensure that we're moving forward with a training plan that will meet the future goals of the program. And so it's a bit of a challenge for those that are within the workforce, because they have to take on additional work while we're working through some of those pieces. The balancing act is a bit of a struggle, and people are weary. I think the other piece that we would look to just to ensure that we have influence, which we do, across our 47 municipalities. We sit at tables with the technical tables with the province, with MCCSS and MedU. We are looking at what are our challenges for pockets of Wi-Fi access, right? If everything is digital, how do we serve people that don't have access? And we're not alone there. We've got our friends in Rainy River. We've got our friends in Temiskaming, and we need to ensure that the services will meet everybody's needs, that there isn't anybody left behind. Not to say that we don't want to capitalize on the opportunity, but we have to ensure that everybody's needs are met. I would ask Melissa if she has any other concerns that I haven't highlighted.
No, I would echo what you've said, Barb, and just I have some concerns just around the client service as it rolls out with some of the centralized functions. We provide really hands-on client-focused service right now when people phone for an intake, and we'll take a lot of time walking through their issues at that first contact, and losing that first contact is it's a little bit of a worry, but the province does seem pretty dedicated to making sure that people get good service that way, but it just won't be the same type of person. It's digital, and then it'll flow through to us, and then we can wrap around them at that point. Help out. Just I hope no one falls through the cracks.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. We've had good discussion. I see no further hands, so I think it's time to call the question on the motion to receive this report. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, I would say that that's carried. Thank you very much, Barb and Melissa. And I would just say, Barb, on the announcement of yesterday in the budget with respect to broadband, it does not necessarily translate into good news for SWIFT, but the hope is that it will translate into good news for SWIFT. So it wasn't an announcement that the funding was going to SWIFT, but that there would be this funding. Okay.
Thank you.
So next, item 7B, tax relief for low-income seniors. Kevin Weckler is on deck. It is moved by Councillor Desai and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Warden. I've got some bullets on this report, and I'm just going to kind of read through those, and then we'll open it up for questions, okay? Section 319 of the Municipal Act states that all upper tier and single tier municipalities must maintain a program ratified by bylaw to provide financial relief to low-income seniors and low-income disabled persons. Relief can be in the form of a deferral or a cancellation of the annual tax increases. The county does have a program. It's old and it is currently a deferral program that references the old Municipal Act, and therefore it needs updated. The wording in the current bylaw suggests that relief will only be provided for increase amounts in excess of $500. And which is quite difficult. That's quite a tax increase to incur. So I don't know the background of that, but that's what the current bylaw has in it. Based on the wording of subsection 319 of the new act that reads, providing for deferrals or cancellations of or other relief in respect of all or part of a tax increase. Therefore, the current legislation clearly allows a municipality to limit the level of protection they provide on a program, but it does not appear to contemplate a minimum increase for eligibility. It is therefore being recommended that the county revise its program to reword the bylaw so that the threshold is a maximum, not a minimum. The scope of relief contemplated under section 319 is fairly narrow, but programs do vary. The most obvious variance is whether a municipality opts to cancel or defer the eligible amount. In reviewing this item with the local treasurers group, the consensus was to provide a cancellation model that the local municipality would just cancel the eligible amount rather than defer. When taxes are deferred, they represent a lien against the subject property. Despite the small amounts being involved, legal tax liens can limit a taxpayer's ability to borrow against their home. As well, many seniors do not like the image of having a lien against their property. That is why it's generally thought to be the reason that in other jurisdictions that participation in a deferred programs is very limited. Staff are proposing the cancellation of year-over-year tax increases to eligible persons with eligible properties within the County of Grey. Under the proposed program, an eligible person would be a person assessed as the owner of a residential property who is either a low-income senior or low-income person with disabilities. A low-income senior would be defined as a person who is at least 65 years of age and is in receipt of payments under the Guaranteed Income Supplement or is a recipient of a financial assistance under the Ontario Works Act. A low-income person with disability means a person who is in receipt of assistance under the Ontario Disability Support Program. The relief granted would be the cancellation of the year-over-year tax increase to a maximum of $500. A draft bylaw has been attached to the report. This is still being worked on to try to make this clearer and easily understood. Staff are recommending that the current program be updated and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw to provide for the cancellation of annual tax increases for the purpose of relieving financial hardship for low-income seniors and persons with disability in accordance with section 319 of the Act. It's difficult to estimate the number of eligible persons with eligible properties in the County of Grey and therefore the impact of this proposed cancellation and what that would amount to. In reviewing the County of Wellington, which provides a cancellation of up to a maximum of $500 and a minimum rebate amount of $200 being granted to eligible persons, reported in 2019 that for the 2018 tax year that they had 105 applications that were approved, including 12 for disability relief. The average refund estimated was $215, and the total relief was $21,424, which included that's the local share, the county share, and the education share of those taxes. If council wishes to offer a greater benefit, some municipalities have provided an enhanced deferral program outside of what is contemplated in section 319. For example, in addition to canceling any tax increase to a maximum rebate limit, they provide a minimum rebate amount, such as Wellington and Dufferin County does that. as well as there's others have put in deferral programs of all the tax, not just the year-over-year increase, but as a form as a lien then. But what we're proposing right now is to create this cancellation program, and if council wishes an enhanced program, that's something we could investigate further and bring something back. So that's kind of the gist of this report, and what we're recommending. We just, as well as speaking to the local treasurers from the low amounts, tracking deferrals of the annual tax increase year over year in the small amounts, and doing those tracking for years was, they just thought the administrative burden of it, and that it was just easier to cancel this for what we think this is going to be. So hope that helps explain what we're proposing here.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Councilor Milne, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Kevin, I wholeheartedly agree with your recommendations here. I'm just wondering what would become of the amounts that have been deferred to date? Would they still remain there as a lien against the property, or would those deferrals be canceled, with this update? Or what would you think on that?
My answer is I don't even believe there is any, because of the $500 limit that I don't think anybody ever really qualified, because it was such a
Makes an easy answer then, doesn't it?
And such a large amount to have a tax increase. Yeah.
Sort of like the Red Wings being eligible for a win. It never really happened. So, okay, we're good. Thank you.
Councilor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My question is with regards to the maximum threshold. Why have a maximum threshold? I mean, if taxes are going up $500 or more than $500 in a year, there's something else that's wrong as well. But I'm questioning the rationale on the maximum threshold. The other question that I had, and this is a bit unclear to me, is whether this would be an application-based program where the person in question has to apply, or if it's or if the county will have access to the people who qualify under this program and then automatically give the rebate or the cancellation. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Yes, this would be an application process that would happen at the local municipality. So they would come in with, and we would help develop an application with the local treasurers group. So that would be done. $500 was just a number put in there as a maximum. Thinking if it's that significant, you're right. That's a fairly significant property, and but again, it was just put in there as, I guess, as well as if council wanted it to be less than that, you could limit it to $200 if you so wished, whatever. So it was put in there for that purpose. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Desai, go ahead.
Thank you. And sorry, I forgot to ask this question. This is a requirement for an upper tier or a single tier. Is there anything stopping lower tiers from having a similar program for themselves, or would this sort of require lower tiers to also be in this program?
This under section 319, this requires the local and the education all to participate. If a local municipality wanted to expand this program, it would be outside of section 319, but it could come under their granting authority if they so wish. But then the education and the county would not be participating in unless all the locals approached the county and requested something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. Councilor Silver.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, a question. So there is no minimum threshold anymore. So does that mean that anybody can apply even if they have a $1 increase?
That'd be correct. They could ask for that to be canceled if they qualified. That's right. If they're an eligible property and they had a $1 tax increase, so we would just the local just cancel that. Yes.
And another question I have is the $500 limit. I'm concerned as Councillor Desai. Certainly, if you look at the potential impact of a 60% assessment increase in the town of the Blue Mountains on an average home with a 30% increase countywide average, that would increase the taxes on a home, an average home in the town of Blue Mountains by $673, $482 at the county level and $201 at the school board level, with town taxes staying the same. And that assumes that our spending trends continue as they have over the last few years. And there is that change upon the next assessment. So like, that is more than the $500 substantially. So I am concerned that, you know, that threshold might not be high enough.
I would just say, like, you'd have to do an analysis, I guess, of reassessment, because all the properties were going up in that amount. That shouldn't cause a tax increase if all the properties being similar. But you are correct, if there was outliers that had reassessments that were extraordinary different than the average, then what I'm trying to get at is if everybody's assessment doubled, we're still raising the same portion in a budget, really everybody's tax rates drop in half, and then you build your tax increase on top of that. So, but there could be, like you said, if there's outliers in that their assessments of values are a lot different for some reason. But this is just, and I should say too, in the bylaw, we're talking about strictly tax increases and not things like adding improvements to your property that would change your values as well, right? And even the opposite way, if someone appealed their assessment and went down, those would be rejigged and recalculated again. So, but yeah, no, I guess there's something like that but yeah, so it was a number put in here. You know, if council wishes to minimize the amount, you could lower it. If you want to raise it, you could raise it, but it was put in as a number. Okay.
Thank you. And yeah, and I fully recognize that if county-wide, the average assessment went up as much as it did in a local municipality, there would be no effect on the taxes. My concern is that, you know, in very popular areas like Southgate is becoming also Grey Highlands and Blue Mountains. If our assessments go up 60% and the countywide average is less, then there will be, you know, an impact, you know, greater than can be accommodated by the change in the overall county tax rate. So that is an important point. But if that did occur, which has occurred in the past, certainly we would see a big shift in, you know, certainly the tax burden. And I am very concerned about our seniors in that regard.
Mr. Warden, you know, we can revisit this as well. That's for sure. It can be open at any time, and the thresholds can be adjusted. You know, I took all the tax rates that I had from 2020, and I took what the average assessment values were in municipalities. And like, for example, in Blue Mountains, the average assessment was like $533,000. And we'd need a 10% tax increase at the county level, at the local level, and the education level to get up to a $465 tax increase. So, yeah, you know, that's why we kind of used the $500, but yeah, it's still, there could be outliers, I guess, with reassessment and stuff. And I'd have to do more analysis on that. But.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further hands. Madam Clerk, and if that's the case, I think we're ready to call the question on the motion to update the tax relief program for low-income seniors. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Okay, we're moving on to item 7C, which is Kevin again on deck. But in doing so, and before we go there, I would just indicate to council, I plan to take a break after this item. What I want you to think about is whether we want to take a 15-minute break or a 30-minute break. So we'll come back to that discussion after item 7C has been dealt with. So this item is with respect to the vacant unit rebate program. It is moved by Councillor Desai and seconded by Councillor Woodbury. Kevin, once again, you have the floor.
Thank you, Warden. Since 2001, the provincial vacant unit REIT program has provided eligible commercial properties the ability to apply for a 30% rebate of the property taxes attributable to the vacant space, and with the eligible industrial properties receiving a 35% rebate. While the program was originally implemented as a short-term aid to property owners in difficult economic times, in some cases, the rebate has been used over many years. Changes to Section 364 of the Municipal Act, enacted in December 2020, provide the ability for local municipalities to pass a bylaw eliminating the rebate or changing the rules to better serve local needs. In 2001, the province introduced an application-based rebate program for vacant units, and the program is prescribed by the province in Section 364 of the Municipal Act, which states every local municipality shall have a program to provide tax rebates to owners of property that have vacant portions in that property is in any of the commercial and industrial classes. The impact of the vacancy rebate based on the 2019 FIR was about $35,000 to the county and about $124,000 to local municipalities. The vacant unit rebate has become increasingly problematic for a number of reasons, including properties remaining eligible for rebate for years at a time or indefinitely, properties that have received rebates after securing assessment reductions, and the application and enforcement of the eligibility criteria is difficult. Beginning in 2017, the province reviewed the vacant unit rebate program and the vacant and excess land tax reduction programs. As a result of this review, local municipalities were provided with flexibility to tailor the vacancy rebate and reduction programs and how the programs function locally. However, any changes were to be coordinated with the upper tier. The majority of municipalities in Ontario that pursued changes made a decision to abandon rather than reform the rebate program. Based on discussions with the local treasurers groups in the fall of 2019, it was recommended that the County of Grey coordinate and move towards the elimination of the vacancy rebate program, as it was believed that the program no longer served the purpose for which it was created. This would have resulted in, at that time, under the rules of the province, it had to be coordinated at the province. There was a checklist that we had to go through of engaging stakeholders and surveying them and bringing that all back to council. And that was in the fall of 2019. And then when COVID-19, the pandemic hit, staff did not proceed with the recommendation with the local treasurers group because it didn't seem to be the appropriate time to consult with stakeholders on phasing out this program at the beginning of the pandemic. And if you recall, right, I think Councillor Desai brought this up at our tax policy at that time, and I recommended it. It didn't seem appropriate at that time to be engaging the stakeholders. So anyway, but as part of the 2020 Budget Measures Act, Bill 229, the province introduced a number of new flexibilities to local municipalities in regard to maintaining and managing the vacant unit program under Section 364 of the Municipal Act. And as I said previously, these amendments came into force and received royal assent on December 8th, 2020. Under these new rules, local area municipalities, independent of the upper tier, may choose to eliminate the vacant unit rebate program, maintain a program under default rules, or establish a program with enhanced rules that serve to meet the local municipality's own local policy priorities. While the Municipal Act always stated that all local municipalities are required to maintain a vacant unit rebate program, there has been confusion as to the authority over the decision to the fact that from 2017 through to 2020, the province was encouraging requests for special regulations to be coordinated at the upper tier level. So that's where it's created a lot of confusion here. So the county staff in consultation with the local municipal finance staff are all in support of the elimination of the vacant unit rebate program and recommend that all local municipalities in the County of Grey pursue the elimination of the vacant unit rebate via local municipal bylaw. So that's the recap of that report.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Are there any questions from council? I do not see any hands. So if that's the case, then I think we're ready to call the question on the, to receive this report and to eliminate the vacant unit rebate. Is there anyone opposed? That is, oh, Madam CAO?
Well, just to be clear that that what council would be, I think, supporting here is the potential elimination and just there. And this report was really about raising that awareness of the change in the process from the county having to take responsibility for this to each one of your individual municipalities having the opportunity to do so. So,
of course. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, I still think that we had passed. Kevin, I see your hand up.
Yeah, no, and thanks to CEO for, yeah, this is now really a local decision by your own bylaws. And we did, even with our shared a sample bylaw that you definitely need to have your own staff review and stuff, but we have provided that for everybody so that, yeah, so it's at the local level here now to proceed with that. If municipalities continue with this, the county would have to do our cost share in that allowance. But yeah, this is a local decision if they wish to alter that program now.
Oops, sorry about that. So thank you very much. And just to be clear, no one opposed the vote, correct? Excellent. All right, so now we are ready to take a break, and I'm going to ask if people want to take we have 3 items left to deal with. Councillor Desai, you have your hand up.
I was going to answer the anticipated question of if we could have 30 minutes, I would appreciate that.
Okay, so why don't we sort of maybe show hands. Some people may want to take 15 minutes and get through the rest of the agenda. Others may want to take a proper lunch break. So those people that would like to have more of a 15-minute break, maybe just show your hand so I can get a sense of where people are at. I see 1, 2, 3. Good number. Okay, and those people who want to take a half-hour break. 3.
Half-hour break, Councillor Desai, doesn't include a nap.
You underestimate, sir. You underestimate my abilities of napping.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. So what we could, why don't we say that we will come back at 25 past. 25 past 12, would that work for everyone? Okay. So turn off your video and mute, please, and we'll see you at 25 past 12. Okay, welcome back. We don't have a quorum as yet, I don't think.
You have the important part of a quorum.
Definitely have quorum now. Okay, I'm going to get things started and others will join in. So welcome back. We're dealing with item 7D now, which is with respect to the White Rose subdivision in the lovely land of Southgate. Stephanie Lacey Avon is on deck. This item has been moved by Councillor Burley and seconded by Councillor Keaveney. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden and County Council. Sorry, I had multiple streams going on. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, we have the presentation good to go.
Not yet, it's buffering.
It's a little cool for buffering today, isn't it?
Is it appropriate to respond to that with okay, Boomer?
No, not at all. No, don't be tempted.
On your advice, Mr. Warden, I will resist.
Please do.
Sorry, we'll try again.
Yeah, Stephanie, try again. We seem to be having some issues here.
Okay.
There you go.
That working? Okay.
Yes, good. Thank you.
Perfect.
Stephanie, would it make better to move on and deal with the forest plan and come back? Thoughts?
You should be good to go. I just turned off my video. Is that okay? All right.
I can see your screen. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we have, again, thank you, Mr. Warden and County Council. The following is a report addendum to PDR CW 3518, and it's with regards to White Rose Plan of Subdivision located in Dundalk in the township of Southgate. So the following are the subject lands, and they're located northwest in Dundalk, and they're along the settlement area boundary. Settlement area boundary is just right here. So these are currently actively farmed land still. The following is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. Some of you may recall back in 2018, we received the initial submission of this subdivision, and it didn't proceed to a public meeting. The property owner changed consultants, and they then proceeded with a different planning consultant team, and they revised the entire plan. So this is what we have before us today, looking for draft plan approval. We'll go into further detail with what's being proposed. There will be 30 single detached units. And as you can see here, the single detached units are placed on the exterior of the lands. And so they abut the neighboring lands here. There's a neighboring development on the west side as well as on the south side, and they will be, the adjacent lands are also single family dwelling units. So to be sensitive to what's adjacent. Along the middle here, we have 24 townhouse dwelling units. And then these 4 blocks are senior dwelling blocks. And they will comprise of 24 units. And then we have a future senior dwelling block here, which would comprise of 8 to 10 units. So in total, the proposal will be for 86 to 88 total units. And for further clarification, the senior dwelling blocks will be developed as medium density accessible bungalow or freehold townhouse units. And they will be processed later through part lot control. And the county offers exemptions through part lot control when used for semi-detached and townhouse developments, as individual semi-detached or townhouse lots are not normally indicated on a registered plan of subdivision. This approach is used because of the difficulty the builder would have in ensuring the common center wall between 2 dwelling units once they're constructed. Process to date, we've had a virtual public meeting, September 23rd, 2020. Township Council supported the township staff report recommending conditions of draft approval and provided direction to prepare a zoning bylaw to implement the subdivision at a future council meeting. As well, there have been several studies and technical reports have been submitted for the subdivision and zoning applications. The agency comments received to date have been from Bruce Telecom, Grand River Conservation Authority, Grey Bruce Health Unit, Grey County Transportation Services, Historic Saugeen Métis, Hydro One, and Township of Southgate. Agency comments were generally supportive or provided conditions of draft approval under which the development could be approved. Public comments received have been from Christine Newport, Crystal Walker, Amy King, Carolyn Keir, Nancy Malloy, Pam Burgess, and Sylvia Watt. Several individuals submitting comments live in proximity to the adjacent lands, as well in the new subdivision, which is located to the west of the subject site, which is called Southgate Cedar Point. Many of the concerns were related to the builder, nuisance of construction, dust, air quality, development density, excessive noise, unkept job site, etc. There have been some issues with the build out of the adjacent subdivision. Township staff had completed a subdivision agreement detailing the conditions required to be met throughout the development process of that adjacent subdivision. These matters are separate to the subject proposal, but it was noted that township staff would follow up with the development team. And all of the remaining concerns will be addressed momentarily. So the subject lands are designated as primary settlement area and hazard lands in the county official plan. The proposed development exceeds density provisions of 20 units per net hectare, and the development will be 30.5 units per net hectare. Growth and development are meant to be directed to settlement areas, and as such, this is an appropriate location. As demonstrated through the technical studies and the review of those studies by agencies, this proposed development can be considered subject to conditions of draft approval. Conscious efforts have been made to maintain similar housing type on lands that are adjacent to existing developed neighborhoods. So example, single detached units located adjacent to existing single detached units. The variety of housing types is also encouraged by planning policy and may facilitate affordable and attainable housing models. Planners recognize the challenge in considering the reality of the county's growth and balancing local needs. Opportunities exist for local municipalities to develop urban design guidelines, which can enhance neighborhood aesthetics and development standards, contributing to establishing complete communities. As well, it is important to note that development in part is driven by the market demand, and it will be important to follow up with this development once completed to understand whether the housing types proposed were considered favorably in the local community market. The lands are also a designated neighborhood area under the township's official plan. Access to the development will be through extension of Bradley Street, which is a north-south street that runs currently north-south, and there will be a future connection to the north should the settlement area expand. There's also a connection to the west, which is an extension from the adjoining subdivision, Southgate Cedar Point. With respect to safety of children, as well as other residents when construction is looking to take place, they will be modifying the posted speed limit to be 40 kilometers per hour in vicinity, as well as incorporating additional stop signs. There was a question around whether or not there's an opportunity for trail development. The township had noted that at this point they have sufficient existing trail amenities and park amenities, and they were looking to seek a contribution to fund the parkland dedication. As well, there is the CP Rail Trail and the Dundalk Sport Complex within 300 meters of the subject site. The subject lands are approximately 8.8 hectares, so 21 acres, and only 10 acres will be developed. Remaining lands are identified as wetlands as per Grand River Conservation Authority's review, and a 30-meter buffer is required. There will be a stormwater management pond and low-impact design elements such as a soakaway pit on blocks 10, 11, and 12. This will adequately address the concerns with regards to the high water table in the area. The lands will be municipally serviced. As we are all aware of, that Dundalk doesn't currently have sufficient servicing needs to meet this proposed development. However, they are in the middle of updating their sewage treatment plant, which is anticipated to be complete by 2022. A traffic impact study was also completed, and no intersection improvements are required as part of the proposed development. At this point, county staff are satisfied that the proposal has regard for matters of provincial interest under the Planning Act, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the 2019 county official plan, and conforms to the Township of Southgate official plan. The recommendation before us today is county staff are recommending the final report for the White Rose subdivision be received, that all written and oral submissions were considered, the effect of which helped make an informed recommendation and decision, and that Grey County Committee of the Whole approves this plan of subdivision to create a total of 86 to 88 units, subject to the conditions set out in the notice of decision. At this point, that concludes my presentation. I know the developer is sitting in on the line as well. The consultant, and can take any questions, and I'd be happy to address any at this point.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I wonder if we could go back to seeing everyone so I can see if people have questions. Thank you. I see a question from Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Stephanie, for the report on the proposed subdivision. I note that, and of course, none of this is necessarily a surprise to me being from Southgate, but I note that the density is significantly more than what is mandated in the official plan. And on one hand, that's a good thing because it doesn't take as much land out of farmland, reducing sprawl. But on the other hand, the reality on the ground is that if you shove these houses so close together, there's virtually no front yard left. And where do you put the snow? It becomes quite a challenge. It has become quite a challenge. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that particular challenge, or perhaps the consultant would like to speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milne, and through you, Mr. Warden. That was flagged through our discussion and through the development review of this proposal. I know Clint Strudwick, the planner of the township, is all too familiar with some of the snow storage issues they're having in other developments in the township. So through this review, it is my understanding that there has been a snow storage plan completed, and the township will be ensuring that that's implemented through this development. And to my understanding, there is adequate arrangements and set up with the operations staff at the township level to move ahead with this development how it is proposed today.
Good, Councillor Milne?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? I don't see any other hands, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Councillor Keaveney.
Mr. Warden. Thank you. I just wondered if I could ask Stephanie, and I know that you touched on it during your presentation, but can you clarify for me or expand upon your comment of affordability and attainability? Is the entire project fitting within that category or just a portion of? If you could repeat that for me.
Yes, for sure. Through you, Mr. Warden. The challenge planners have in approving developments of this nature is that we really can't have any control or influence the market price in which the property owner will be then listing these lots for sale. Unfortunately, we just don't have the tools at our disposal to ensure that. But through having variety of housing types, so there will be townhouse units, single detached, as well future senior dwelling blocks, which our understanding is those senior dwelling units will be designed to be accessible in nature and likely smaller scale as well. So through that, there would likely be an influence in the pricing models associated with the overall square footage. So that hopefully will help influence some sort of reduction in pricing for the housing that is being proposed.
Anything else, Councillor Keaveney?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay. And now I really do not see any other hands. Stephanie, perhaps I could ask, I note that the total units is 86 to 88, and that the senior dwelling blocks are 32 to 34, which I guess is affecting that 86 to 88. So what is going to, like, why is it 32 to 34 and not exactly, 32 or 34?
That's a really good question. And yeah, so through you, Mr. Warden, and to address your question, Mr. Warden, the lands today are going to be left as blocks. And the reason why developers tend to do that is when they're looking to build semi-detached units or townhouse units, it's not always clear how large they will be, and then also making sure that they can legally separate them in the future through part lot control. And so at this point, they haven't formally designed what those senior dwelling units are going to look like, and that will be carried out through a site plan process at the township level. So there may potentially be variation in the overall size of what's being proposed, which would then result in a potential reduction or increase in unit. If that makes sense, or?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so it's perhaps time to call the question. So is there anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to say that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 7E. Sarah Johnson is on deck. We're dealing with the forest management plan. It's moved by Councillor Milne and seconded by Councillor Campbell. Sarah?
Thank you, Warden. Can everyone hear me? My internet keeps popping in and off, so I'm just a little bit worried.
I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen right now.
And that's when the sound will go.
Can everyone see that?
I can see it and I can hear you perfectly as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. If things get squirrely, I'll turn off my camera and maybe that'll help. But so Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Warden. It's wonderful to be here. I'm excited today about this report because this is a big deal in the forestry realm of things for the county. We have completed our new forest management plan. So this is a really exciting day for the Grey County's forests. I'm just going to say that. Just to go over briefly, I'm not going to go into any great detail on this. I just want to kind of give a high level overview of what we've done and what we had and where we're going. So the previous plan and this plan as well was a 20-year plan. The current plan was set to expire in 2023. And so we started the process a number of years ago to update this plan because we knew it would take some time to do inventories and that sort of thing. We did that Grace Harbor Conservation Authority was the lead on this project, and they completed the plan in consultation with Grey County staff and with the Forest Management Plan Advisory Committee, which was invaluable. They were a wonderful resource for us. The plan has gone through public consultation as well. The final draft that's being presented today was endorsed by the advisory committee. So what's in the new plan? It's a new plan, as I mentioned. It's for a 20-year planning horizon. And so it will plan that for the next 20 years for the county's forest properties. It does a lot of administrative things that the old plan did not. It also incorporates the updated forest names that there was a report that went to council, I believe in February on that one. So we're incorporating those new names. We've introduced policies that relate to enterprises that we hadn't previously considered, things like beekeeping or maple syrup. Those would be on a case-by-case basis, and it would just be dependent on the circumstances of the individual forest. But we did provide some wording in there to consider those uses if they made sense for the forest property where it was proposed. We also included some policies related to foraging, which we previously had not included. The project will include the new land acknowledgement. It will include policies related to biodiversity, protection, and enhancement. It has some wording in it that deals with species at risk and directs to do surveys to mitigate those species if they are found and to protect them during the harvest or any harvest that would occur. It also addresses invasive species and how we could deal with those. And there's consideration of climate change adaptation and mitigation. So the key component is that it will ensure that our forests are managed sustainably, which is what we want in Grey County. We want healthy forests, and we know that healthy forests will provide a foundation for a healthy ecosystem, which provides a healthy environment for recreational uses. So that's basically all I really had to say about the new plan. I could talk a lot more about it, but I'm not going to bore you all with that. What we're recommending today is that council accept the endorsement of the advisory committee and that we approve the plan. And that's basically all I wanted to touch upon today.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And as chair of the advisory committee, I want to thank Sarah and all of the staff for their efforts to update this plan. I think it's a great plan. I'd be lying if I said I was excited as Sarah is, but nonetheless, it is exciting. I know Sarah at times is a little bit sleep deprived, so maybe that's what's going on today. I don't know. But anyway, she has done a great job. And again, I want to thank all of the staff that worked on this. As I say to some people, if they want to listen, it takes a long time to grow a tree. So we need to manage them and look after them properly. And I think this plan will do that on all of the county properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Milne. And I echo your sentiments. I actually enjoyed my time with this advisory team and learned some things, including some lingo that they use in this field. Are there any other?
Basil count is a new one for me, I have to say.
Basil. Folks, you'll have to Google that one to figure it out. Okay, any other questions? If not, then I will call the question on the motion. Is there anyone opposed? And seeing none, that is carried. Thank you very, very much, Sarah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 7F, dealing with municipal and growth boundaries planning report. I believe there are various staff that are going to be presenting this. It is moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Desai. I don't know who exactly is going to start.
Thanks, Warden Hicks and members of County Council. I'll get started on this one, and certainly if there's any other staff that want to jump in with any points that I missed, I'd welcome those corrections and updates in this regard. And so, as the warden intimated, this really has been a team effort, and Hiba Hussein, for example, did a lot of the background research that went into this report. We've been talking regularly as a department and also with our member municipalities. Economic development staff, as well as CAO Kim Wingrove, has also been instrumental in shaping what went into this report. I will say we also built off some of the research that Town of Hanover and their consultants did. So we've tried to pull it all together in a relatively concise report in this regard. So as members of council may remember, this is an update from a report that happened almost exactly a year ago. I think maybe it was one of the last reports that went through council before the pandemic hit, and so it was a very different time. This report really is looking at cross-boundary issues between municipalities and making sure that collectively we're all thinking ahead to meet our long-term needs, both at the county and municipal level in this regard. Since the initial report was done, we've hired a consultant and gotten most of the way through the process of updating the county's growth management strategy. And although the results are only draft at this stage, they have been shared with each of your municipal staff, and the draft growth management strategy is predicting approximately 22,000 more people in Grey County over the next 25 years. And during that same time period, approximately just over 8,000 more jobs. And so it's clear that Grey is growing. There's lots of interest, and I know you all see this at your municipal council tables through inquiries and development applications you're seeing coming through. And we've got to be prepared for this growth. And as some of you know, in planning, sometimes we get focused on processing the development applications. And certainly that's one element of planning. But planning by its nature is looking ahead. What are we going to need from a land perspective? What are we going to need from an infrastructure perspective to support that new and future growth? And in some cases, it's very simple because you're dealing with one municipality and they've got lots of servicing capacity and the roads are in great shape, and that's perfect. And we can get shovels in the ground very soon. In other cases, we've got scenarios where there's development interest along municipal boundaries, or in some cases, municipalities are starting to run short on available development land. So county staff want to work with your own municipal staff in that regard to facilitate some of those discussions and facilitate looking forward to meet the needs in this regard. And there's sort of two main categories of growth needs in this regard that we see. In some cases, it's very broad, as in the case of the town of Hanover, who's doing work to look at addressing their long-term needs at a town level, and they've engaged their neighbors in conversation in that to look at what can be done. And in other cases, it might be very site-specific. So I believe 2 or 3 meetings ago, we had some correspondence from Chapman's Ice Cream on the Committee of the Whole agenda, noting that they're looking to expand their plant in Markdale, and the most reasonable location for that expansion might be onto lands in West Grey. So in that case, we're dealing with a very site-specific scenario. But from a county and municipal perspective, we want to make sure that that we're ahead of the game in terms of supporting both, because we know that both the planning approvals, in some cases, if there's any shared servicing agreements or municipal boundary adjustments, or even processes like environmental assessments, they all take time. And while we all work to try to make sure they're as efficient as possible, again, we need to be ready ahead of time. And so one of the things we've done as part of this this work is to research what other municipalities did in this regard across the province in terms of where they were dealing with growth along municipal boundaries, and in some cases even where they were looking at restructuring agreements or municipal boundary adjustments. And you know, I think in the past, sometimes this has been framed, unfortunately, as a win-lose scenario, i.e. one municipality was gaining land and therefore another municipality was losing land, and you had a winner and a loser. What we're trying to do is restructure this conversation similar to the way a number of municipalities have done in the past 20 years, to look at a win-win scenario in terms of both municipalities are winning in that regard. And in that case, the county would be too, as well as our residents and businesses. So in this case, maybe it's a win-win-win scenario. And we've looked at the types of agreements that other municipalities did. And again, Hanover looked in detail at some of this work as well as part of their research. And there's a number of formulas that we've come across whereby they were able to turn them into mutually beneficial arrangements in that regard. Some of the agreements included shared tax assessment on the lands that maybe was being brought from one municipality to another. In other cases, there was ongoing compensation in that regard. Sometimes it was a lump sum payment, and sometimes it was a payment over X number of years or even in perpetuity. In other cases, they had structured it such that there was one whereby they were looking at new residential lands, and they set up a formula such that any new residential building permit in those residential expansion lands resulted in a payment back to the initial municipality of X number of dollars per permit. In other cases, they weren't actually looking at boundary adjustments. They were just looking at shared services between the municipalities. So in some cases, there was funding arrangements set out to pay for those infrastructure expansions, whether they be water or service or wastewater pipes in that regard. In some cases, there was arrangements whereby users in the benefiting municipality that were gaining services from another municipality would pay, say, 1.5 or 2 times the water and sewer rates that the host municipality was charging its users in that regard. And again, it was all in the nature of looking at how we can create those win-win situations. And the one thing I want to be clear on, you know, as we move forward with this research, if council sees merit in having staff continue, is that the work that we're being done here needs to be cognizant of a number of other things. One is the planning procedures and environmental procedures that are already in place when we're looking at boundary adjustments. So there'll still be the need for comprehensive reviews. There'll still be the need for things like environmental assessments. And we also want to be cognizant of some of the recommendations that could come out of the future climate change action plan. Where we're growing our boundaries, we want to look very carefully at that to make sure we are using our land and services efficiently, both from a taxpayer perspective in terms of making sure that we're getting good value for our taxpayer, but also from an environmental perspective and a preservation of farmland and our natural features perspective. So although this research in some cases will be looking ultimately at boundary expansions potentially, there are going to be, and there are currently, a number of safeguards in place to ensure that these expansions, if they happen, are only happening in a responsible fashion. With respect to the work plan, one of the keys is going to be continuing forward and completing the update to the growth management strategy to really inform us what the growth needs are in the coming 20-25 years in that regard. Following that, and as part of this process, we'd like to set up meetings with each of our 9 member municipalities just to really get a better feel for what they're experiencing on the ground, what they're seeing from a growth perspective in that regard, what their current infrastructure levels are at. So, you know, where are they at with water and wastewater capacity in that regard, you know, roads needs and stuff like that. So we see merit in having these individual discussions, and then ultimately also moving forward with discussions between municipalities. So maybe it would be the county and two municipalities all sitting around the table at the same time to talk about where we might move forward and looking at those situations where everyone can benefit in that regard. We know, and this is no surprise to anyone around the table, that in many cases, our residents, our visitors, and our businesses don't respect municipal boundaries. You can be living in one municipality and working in the neighboring municipality, or doing your shopping in the neighboring municipality, or vice versa. So, while municipal boundaries are very important to everyone sitting around the table here, and certainly staff are very cognizant, we know that we need to be prepared in this regard. From there, we'd like to, after sitting down with the municipalities, we'd like to consider what level of study or agreement is needed if we are going to move forward. In some cases, there are some municipalities that are already ahead of the game and have already initiated those processes. And there might be others that are just looking at this for the first time. So we really want to work out a terms of reference in that regard, so that everyone's efforts are being put to maximum use in that regard. And then should municipalities want to move forward with say, a servicing arrangement or even a boundary adjustment, we would look at facilitation in that regard and public consultation in that regard, engaging with the landowners. What we've seen in other municipalities is there is quite a degree of trepidation between landowners when they're looking at possibly being shifted from one municipality into another municipality. What's that going to mean for my taxes? What will it mean from a zoning perspective and everything else? So we want to do everything we can to help facilitate those discussions and answer questions alongside your own municipal staff to any landowners. And then ultimately there could be the need for restructuring agreements or shared servicing agreements, and ultimately updates to our own planning documents, whether they be the county official plan, your municipal official plans, or the zoning bylaws in that regard. And so we're presenting this to you here today as an option. Staff are certainly cognizant that we can't force these discussions, and if there's two municipalities that might be neighbors that don't want to talk in that regard, we don't have the ability to force that. But as much as possible, if we can present it in the scope of, this is something we all need as Grey County, and all of our municipalities need to be thinking ahead on their servicing and growth needs, and working together to address things like our affordable housing shortages and our labor pool shortages. It's only going to happen when we're all working together. So we're really trying to go with the carrot approach rather than the stick approach in that regard. And we want to work with not just the planners, but also the people that are working in economic development and the roads people and the people that are maintaining services in that regard, because they're so crucial to the discussion. And we know there are requirements under the Planning Act and the Municipal Act and other policy guidance that we're all working within here. So we have a common framework in that regard. So in that sense, the recommendation in this case is that committee receive the addendum to this report, that it be shared with municipalities across Grey County, and that staff be directed to continue working in this regard and hopefully facilitating some of those important discussions that are already starting. So that's all I have at this stage. Certainly if Randy or Kim have anything further, that would be great, or we'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much, Scott. Before I go to the questions, is there any other staff that have anything to add?
Through you, Mr. Warden, I think Scott's done an excellent job, as always, summarizing the report. As Scott indicated, it's been a group effort based on some of the research that's been done in terms of trying to identify those win-win situations like Scott identified, and we've tried to develop a proposed work plan to work with local municipalities to facilitate these discussions, which I think is so vitally important, as for the reasons that Scott previously indicated. So, ultimately, I think from a county staff perspective, what we want to see is that all our settlement areas throughout the county have the ability to properly plan and plan for their future growth. And so we hope that through this proposed work plan that we'll be able to move forward with those discussions, be more proactive, and allow for these discussions to occur on a more natural basis.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, I see Councillor Milne. We'll turn to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Scott, for the report. Very thorough, as always. Do you do you think that this work plan anticipates and would accommodate potential cross-county border line proposals?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Warden, that's a great point, and maybe I should have raised it in the presentation a little better. There are situations already across the county where we have services being shared across county boundaries. There's situations between Collingwood and Town of Blue Mountains. There's situations in the northern end of Georgian Bluffs. So certainly, while some of the focus might be communicating between various Grey County municipalities, we have to involve our neighbors in this discussion as well. And I know in Southgate in past years, there's been interest in some of the lands in the north end of Mount Forest there. And then if we think about Dundalk, there might be further discussions that need to be had with Dufferin County and Melancton in that regard. So certainly staff would be open to and recommending that we consider all our neighbors in this regard, not just those municipalities in Grey.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thanks, Scott and Randy and staff. Good report. I'm really pleased that you mentioned that we have to be ready and prepared for growth, because if we aren't, we may lose it, or even worse, it's going to happen and it's not going to benefit Grey County. So my question is, if a municipality is nearing the final stages of their growth strategy plan, I hope this process will not slow it down. And specifically, I'm referring to items 5 and 6 under the proposed work plan. If everything is in order and the studies are done and the reports and the meetings, are we limited to those times, or is it flexible?
For you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, that's a great point, Councillor Patterson, and certainly, it's no secret that Hanover is ahead of the game in this regard. They've been doing work on this topic for a number of years, and we've been working closely with your staff and also the consultants that have been hired on behalf of Hanover. So from my perspective, there's nothing in the work plan that should delay in that regard. But we also want to be respectful of the fact that that in assessing Hanover's needs in that regard, we also have to work quite closely with Hanover's neighbors. And I know discussions have been recently ongoing between Hanover and West Grey, so that's great. That again, you guys are already ahead of the game in this regard. So we hope that through this process, we're not in any way holding up the progress, and at the very least, we're keeping up with it in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. No,
Just
Randy?
further to that, sorry, Mr. Warden, if I may. Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to duplicate any process that's already underway. We want to align with those the processes, and like Scott said, obviously Hanover's ahead of the game on this, and so any ability that county staff can provide and help facilitate those discussions between Hanover and the neighboring municipalities, or any other municipality that's already starting to look at these aspects, we want to obviously facilitate and help in any way that we can, and align with those processes versus providing any further delays with those ongoing processes.
Thank you, Randy. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think Councillor Milne raised a great point, and I have a question with regards to the response to it. Regardless of how the expansion happens, wouldn't there always be shared services with neighboring or border municipalities between two counties? For example, it's been mentioned that there are shared services between Town of Blue Mountains and Collingwood. I mean, there's also a possibility, depending on how that expansion happens, that there could be shared services between Collingwood and a municipality or a different border municipality to Collingwood. So is staff recommending, and this is where I was unclear, that there could be a possibility that Grey County municipalities would expand into Bruce and Simcoe counties, or there would be a better working relationship between the two counties and the municipalities. And I'm a little unclear on what exactly was being suggested there. So if I think it was Scott that answered it, if Scott could expand on that response, Mr. Warden, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for the question, Councilor Desai. It's a good question. At this stage, staff aren't formally recommending that Grey would expand into Bruce or Simcoe or Wellington. What we're recommending, I think, is that we explore all options with respect to accommodating growth. And when I say all options, that's everything from intensifying within our own boundaries to looking at boundary expansions to looking at shared services. And when I say shared services, I guess I should be more clear because, in most cases, we already have boundary roads that are jointly managed between two municipalities or two counties in that regard. So in that sense, there's already a form of shared service. Some of the other shared services I was thinking about more specifically were say water and sewer servicing. And in some cases, we do have water services that cross a county line, and in some cases we have wastewater agreements in that regard. But I think we need to look a little bit more broadly too, beyond just some of the hard infrastructure needs in terms of our roads and our water and our sewer pipes, and look at further areas for collaboration in that regard. And there might be additional shared soft services that would benefit both municipalities or multiple municipalities in that regard. And so I see no sort of inhibitors on why that can't be part of the discussion too. So just to get back to your question more specifically, we're not suggesting that we need to grow into our neighboring counties at this stage, but we're suggesting we need to work with our neighboring counties and municipalities to explore all options to accommodate both our growth and their growth in that regard, because we know we have settlement areas in neighboring counties that abut against Grey. So we need to consider what their long-term needs are as well. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Desai.
You good, Councillor Desai? Thank you. Next is Councillor Soever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Certainly, thank you for the report. Certainly identifies a lot of issues. Of course, the good news on this is we're already moving forward with this initiative, kind of in that the Mayor of Collingwood has asked members to participate in a South Georgian Bay Regional Mayors Forum. Our kickoff meeting is next Monday, and this forum is to discuss issues of mutual interest. So it's great. It involves, Blue Mountains, Grey Highlands, Clearview, Wasaga Beach, and Collingwood. And together, I think those municipalities have a population of about 100,000 people. So we have a lot of issues in common. One of the issues, of course, is traffic. And how does the traffic flow here? With Collingwood, we already have a police services board together with those. It is one detachment, but we have our own little sub-detachment here with its own office. So that there are soft services that are being shared. So I think this is a great thing to start a discussion on what can be done efficiently. Certainly in terms of the community safety and well-being plan, since our policing is tied with Collingwood, and a lot of the policing, the Collingwood Blue Mountains detachment has a mental health team. That mental health team receives its support from the Collingwood General Marine Hospital. So there are a lot of cross-border issues. The most recent one is vaccination, of course. Many people that have their doctors in Collingwood are getting calls from the South Georgian Bay Family Health Team, and they're being directed to the vaccination clinic in Collingwood. So there are a lot of complex cross-border issues, and we're very happy to report that we're going to have this Mayor's Roundtable, which will allow us to discuss these issues with our neighbors. And I think, this report just identifies the importance of that. Now, I just have one question. You mentioned the growth management study that's being completed right now. When do we expect the final report on that? I think you mentioned, and I didn't write it down here, but you were saying about 20,000 more residents over what time period?
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor Sarver's question. At this stage, the draft results are saying approximately 22,000 new people in the next 25 years, so from 2021 to 2046. With respect to when the report will be back before council for council's consideration, as I said, it has been shared with municipal staff, and we've now, I'm proud to say, gotten feedback from staff at all 9 member municipalities, which is fantastic. We've given that feedback back to the consultant, which is Hempson, and we're just working to answer some of those questions and some of those points that municipalities have raised. And in some cases, that's necessitated the need for meetings with municipal staff in that regard to make sure we're better understanding what's happening on the ground there. And so I think realistically speaking, we'll probably see this report come back before council towards the end of Q2 or early Q3 in 2021 in this regard. And certainly we'd welcome any input that council has. The other piece that the report is struggling to address, but we're making headway on is what the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are going to be, both on the short-term and long-term growth. And I don't mean to tell stories out of class, but the consultant has said, basically, anyone that tells you they have an idea of what it's going to mean long-term is just guessing. We are looking definitely more so at those short-term impacts, but it's really too early to tell how this is going to impact the long term. And the one thing that council might be aware of around this table is that this growth management strategy is a very important report, but it's also one that we frequently update. And so while the 2021 version may suggest X, in a few years' time or more, there'll be another version that will suggest Y. So it's something that we don't pass and sit on for 25 years. We regularly reassess the findings and update accordingly.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Scott. Is that it, Councillor Sarver?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, I had a question and also a comment. My question was, and it has been answered, it was dealing with, will the growth management study address the impact of COVID-19? So I'm looking forward to that information, as well as just the overall discussion on growth management for Grey County. So I do appreciate the recommendations that are contained in the staff report, and I do appreciate the motion that is on the floor. It is a time for the lower tier municipalities to have the discussions neighbor to neighbor with the support of the county. It's a good time to look at options and opportunities that can address and meet the needs of our lower tier municipalities for growth management and sustainability, as well as understanding this is an overall Grey County community. So much more discussion. Appreciate this addendum report, and looking forward to that growth management study, which will certainly navigate our way through further discussions. Thanks.
Councillor Mackey, you're next.
Thanks, Ward and Scott and all the planning. Thanks very much. I think this is overdue, especially when we look at the growth that is coming to the area and the length of time that it does take to plan out this growth. Just wondering, you did mention, Scott, and I appreciate the analogy around carrot and a stick, and I really do hope that the carrot works. But can you tell us what a stick looks like from the provincial standpoint? If we do need growth, and we've got two partners that aren't willing to accept that, what's the stick look like?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Warden, I'll take a stab at this one, and then maybe Randy or Kim might want to correct me. So, we always hope if there is going to be any sort of boundary adjustment that it be done so in a friendly manner and can be a negotiation whereby, again, all parties walk away happy in that regard. And a number of the examples we researched across the province were exactly that. There has been examples in the past, and maybe one that's most recent and pertinent would be between Barrie and Innisfil. And my understanding is there wasn't necessarily an agreement between the two municipalities in that regard. And ultimately there was my terminology might be off, but sort of a forced annexation in that regard through the province. And we haven't, we've had some very initial discussions with Ministry of Municipal Affairs staff in this regard. And I think their messaging to date has been, as much as possible, let's see how we can all work together. They didn't speculate on how the minister would feel about any sort of forced boundary adjustment in that regard. And certainly we haven't gone down that road, although we are cognizant that it has happened in other municipalities in the future. So I don't know if that answers your question, but certainly Randy or Kim, if you have anything further.
I would only add that coming from the Guelph area, I remember only too well in 1996, where the city of Guelph annexed 3,600 acres from Puslinch. And it was a very interesting set of discussions.
And I just further to that, and I think that's where some of the previous examples that Kim just highlighted, one and some others, although the Barrie Innisfil one is somewhat fairly recent. Most of the research that we've done is showing what we call those win-win solutions, right? So we want to exhaust all those quote carrot options first, because I think as Scott indicated, definitely when speaking with provincial staff, they want to make sure that that we're all working together and looking at common solutions that benefit everyone. And I think that would be, those types of solutions would be definitely more supported at provincial levels if provincial approvals, which they often are required. So with respect to that, I think that's where we want to definitely lean towards exhausting all those carrot options first, but there are, alternative options if in fact those discussions are not, don't result in what we're hoping are common solutions.
Well, thanks very much for that feedback, and I'm certain that the good neighbors around this table will get things worked out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mackey. Madam Clerk, I do not see other hands, so I should maybe ask Councillor Keaveney then.
Mr. Warden, thank you so much. And this time I actually don't have a question. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So we've had a good discussion. So that said, it's maybe time to call the question on the motion before us. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, I will say that that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving on now to item number 8, which is other business. Madam CAO, I don't think...
No, I don't think Jennifer's available just at this moment. Yes. So with your permission, I'll go ahead and speak. I wanted to let council know, you'd recall back in January, we had a report to the Committee of Management about the ongoing discussions we've had with the province regarding the creation of a behavioral support transition unit at Grey Gables. So this is would be 20 beds out of the Grey Gables residents that would be specifically for those who are most in need of specialized support and service. At the time we were approached by the province at the end of last year, they had adjusted our proposal and shortened the timeline for a pilot, which is how these things always begin, is on a pilot basis, to the point where we felt in the middle of COVID, it was going to be an awful lot of effort without enough time to really prove the concept and get all the learning that we would and they should have been getting out of it. So at the time, the committee and yourselves, Cunts, after that, supported the idea that we wanted to have a BSTU, but gave direction to staff to continue to try and negotiate a more appropriate timeline with the province. So we've done that. Originally, I was told that it simply couldn't be extended. And then late yesterday, I was advised that they were able to make that extension. So we have now secured approval for a 2-year pilot for a behavioral support transition unit at Grey Gables. And we'll be moving forward to get that up and running as quickly as we can.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions from anyone on that? Then is there any other business? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 9, any notices of motion? I do not see any. That brings us to item number 10, adjournment. So it's been.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warden. I do see.
Sorry, Mr.
Dr.
Warden.
Desai.
It's not a notice of motion. I was sort of trying to draw attention on the other business, and I'm sure the CAO is getting tired of me asking this. But are we any closer to being back in chambers?
I think all of us are looking forward to being back in chambers. I really do.
Give them the short answer.
And I think what needs to happen is we need to ensure that the members of council who wish to be vaccinated will have had that opportunity. This is only about a health and safety question at this point. And so when I look at the timelines and think that, maybe as we get later on in June, maybe we'll be in a better place that way.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. It's just hard to banter with Councillor Milne when we're separated by Zoom.
Come on, pay attention, up your game.
I'm sure you two will find opportunity. Okay, so we are now back to item number 10, because people are probably hungry, as I am. So it's to adjourn, motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Hutchison and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Anyone opposed? I'm going to gather no one is opposed. Councillor Burley is opposed. Yeah. You're upvoted. Anyways, thank you, folks. I anticipated this meeting going much longer, but